saying that.
Yeah. What did you say?
I think I'd go classic rock.
Classic rock. I mean, country for me, and I throw like a Zach Bryan into the country realm. I don't know where he falls. Yeah, so that's who I like.
Third down.
Okay, someone you have crossed that fine line from love to hate or from hate to love. You can go either direction. I'll start it. I'll go from pretty much love to hate LeBron James. I used to really, really like LeBron. Can't stand the guy now.
Mine was, we talked to her on the show, was Ray Seahorn. She was on that Whitney Cummings show, and I watched 2 episodes. I was like, this is the worst actress. She's an over the top. She played a drunk that worked at a bar. I was like, I hate her. And then when she came on Better Call Saul, I was like, oh my God, this girl's a really good actress. So I hated her to loving her.
Okay. Interesting.
Love to hate, hate to love.
I didn't know
Brownie?
she was on that show.
I hate is a strong word, but I never liked Peyton Manning as a Tennessee quarterback or an Indianapolis quarterback. I respected him, just didn't like him. But the longer he played, the more I learned to like him. And now that he's in his roles in his media, I love him.
I agree with that one. And I always think back, why did I dislike him? It was because I bet against him so much and he always covered.
Probably,
I that's a great example. I'm that way with a lot of good athletes. I end up liking them more when I go back and respect them. I'll go with that as well. Peyton Manning.
Fourth down.
Richard Gere, 73, the former heartthrob. If I asked you your favorite Richard Gere movie.
Officer and a Gentleman.
The Jackal.
Pretty Woman.
Which one?
Pretty Woman 1?
See, my backup would be Primal Fear, but my favorite's probably an Officer and a Gentleman.
Primal Fear is where the guy's a schizophrenic?
Yeah, Edward Norton.
Oh, he's faking schizophrenic.
Well, don't give it away. Yeah, it's only been 25 years.
Done away. Good Lord.
I would go Officer and a Gentleman. I thought that was really good. American Gigolo was pretty good, too.
Unfaithful.
I didn't like Unfaithful, really.
Why? Good naked scenes. Okay. Sorry, Amber.
Oh, hey, Amber.
Hey,
First thing Amber hears on the show. Good naked scenes.
She's known us a long time. Yeah.
Brokeback Mountain.
Yeah.
The tent scene, Rockstar's favorite.
I'm a cowboy wannabe. What can I say? That's the show today. Thanks for being with us. Football's officially here tomorrow with the first full weekend. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Mr. Mustard said he's bored of life in the district. He can't afford the French Quarter High. Says it gets sold real quick. And he pales up next to me, scrawled on the pavement. It says, son, time is all the luck you need. And if I stay lucky, then my tongue will stay tied, and I won't betray the things that I hide. It's not enough years underneath this belt for me to admit the way that I felt. Me, Mr. Mustard says, don't be the wave that crashes. From the sea of discontent. He says he's wrestled with that blanket. Leaves you cold and wet. Any way you stretch it. Divine apathy, disease of my youth. Watch that you don't catch it. And if I stay lucky, then my tongue will stay tied, and I won't betray the things that I hide. It's not enough years underneath this belt for for me to admit the way that I felt. And I'm the way.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show on a Thursday, ready for football tonight, and a ton to get to. And we got Tequila on the set. We'll tell you about that in a second.
Dunaway.
It's Thursday.
Dunaway. It's a football Friday.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. It's a football Thursday, and it's 9 a.m.
I mean, who didn't see that coming? A Tequila sponsorship on the show. We'll get to that in a second as we go into football season. We've got games tonight. We have developing stories out there about the future of college football. Throughout the show, I'll drop in some more of the guarantees you guys gave us last Friday that we didn't get to that you submitted at nextroundlive.com. And a big pick 3 update as we start that tomorrow. We'll give that to you later in the show as well. So a ton to get to. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford. You guys behind the glass get ready on all the microphones. In just a second, I'll roll through and ask you guys which games y'all are looking most forward to, not just tonight, but any of the games this weekend. I want to hear. But we got a really interesting set of games tonight. One of them we have not talked a lot about, because it's not the biggest game of the night. It's probably not in my top 3.
Tonight?
Probably not even my top 3 tonight. But
What is number 3 for you tonight?
number 3 for me tonight, I think, is Central Michigan and Oklahoma State. I want to see that one a little bit.
I'm with you.
But La Tech, Missouri, I mean, Brady Cook, quarterback at Missouri, won that job. Eli Drinkowitz talks more smack than anybody. Here comes Sonny Cumbie into the contest tonight with Louisiana Tech, known for his play calling, his offense. We've got a poll question out. How many SEC teams lose this opening weekend? Nobody plays each other. Do you have Sonny Cumbie? Throw up the picture of Sonny Cumbie here. If I'm casting a Cowboy, I'm going to throw Sonny Cumbie in my mix.
That's the La Tech coach.
That's Sonny Cumbie. Everybody's heard the name.
I've seen Sonny Cumbie. I've never seen him with purple hair.
Yeah, that is Sonny Cumbie there.
That's got to be lighting, Lance.
It's got to be lighting.
I don't know. Is that lighting, guys? I don't think it is. It is lighting.
It's lighting, okay.
Okay, yeah. Scott, you trust Scott on that one, right?
Yeah, I do. Thomas Hayden Church, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Right in the eyes.
Lowell from Wings, right?
Yep.
Yeah. But in the eyes, he looks like somebody at that age, too, not just Lowell from Wings. But yes, absolutely.
Well, he needs some disco.
Yeah.
or some Preparation H.
Sonny Cumbie, wow.
That guy tonight
Preparation H.
could crank out an upset over an SEC
I don't
team.
see it. Look, okay,
They're a 3-touchdown dog, man.
So Matthew Downing is a starting quarterback, a redshirt junior from TCU, a guy that we've seen start games before in the Big 12. Cumbie is a guy that is known well for his play calling, but this is a 3-9 La Tech team.
Yeah.
And Drinkwitz coming into his third year, 6-7 last year after going 5-5 in 2020. His 6-7 didn't seem as good as his 5-5 in the All SEC, 10-game conference schedule. Now you've got a four-man battle for quarterback. Brady Cook wins that job. This would be a horrific loss for Drinkwitz.
Yeah.
It will be. I mean, this is a fire up the Jets type loss.
Yeah,
like you
Fire up the Jets.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, if he
Flush
loses
the toilet kind of loss.
If he what does that mean?
I don't. You get rid of the crowd.
Waste.
You flush the toilet. You get rid of the crowd.
Well, I mean,
I think he might be in trouble this year if they lose this one.
They lose this one, they go to Kansas State next week. I mean,
that's an L.
They're playing in
probably.
Manhattan. Yeah, I think it's an L to begin with.
Yeah, I think either way it's an L, but now you're 0-2.
And then you got to go to Auburn in 3 weeks.
Yeah, then you're 0-3.
And then you got Georgia.
Is
then
that
at
the
Florida.
next game after Auburn?
Yeah. Then at Florida.
Whoa. They go Auburn, Georgia, Florida?
Yeah.
Oh, they
go Kansas State, Auburn, Georgia, Florida.
Buddy, how do I look at so many schedules over the year and they surprise me
You
week one?
You are our schedule guy.
I know, and I'm
I
surprised
will tell
by
you
the
this.
stretch.
He could be fired going into the bye October 15th. Just
If
think about this.
If they lose tonight.
Yeah, if they lose tonight, which
Well,
I
even
don't
if
think they will.
Even if they win tonight, it doesn't sound like he's winning more than one.
Well,
right?
let's give them the win here. Then at Kansas State 1-1, Abilene Christian 2-1, at Auburn 2-2, Georgia 2-3, Florida 2-4.
I don't know if 2-4 gets
I don't
him.
know.
I didn't know Abilene Christian was in there. I didn't know he had
1-5
way.
gets you though. If your only
Probably
win's
so.
Abilene Christian.
Yeah, if your only win is Abilene Christian, you're probably You probably hear the jet engines. Oh, is the university plane taking off? Well, where's that going?
Haven't
you don't
teed
worry
it up
about
yet.
that. You don't worry about that.
And we fired the guy already.
Hey, we're driving you to the tarmac.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We got a trip?
Yeah. We just want to fire you on the tarmac.
Yeah,
It seems to be the cool thing to do.
We've heard the cliche, so we want to do it.
Michael, why does he keep asking me? Am I doing the Hey Coach show tonight?
Are you doing the
it's
Hey
like
Coach
the
show?
third day in a row. I don't. Is there a joke? I don't get it.
No, I think he was asking before because now that Chris Stewart, Eli Gold was doing Hey Coach.
Right.
I assume Chris Stewart will do Hey Coach.
I think
now.
so too. I mean, I'm not in. I mean, we've got Eli on the sidelines to start the season. Rashad's in the NFL now.
That's right. I don't even know who's doing the sideline.
And I don't think Jim Carabin has my number. I mean, I love that you think I'm on the rotation. That if we get so far down the list, they're going to give me a call. But no,
but you did do the coaches show a couple of years ago, right?
I did when Chris was in the hospital.
Okay, but now that Chris is doing full play-by-play,
I think
Chris
he'll
is
do
no
it all.
longer doing.
No, I think he'll do everything. Chris will do
no,
everything.
Chris,
Yeah.
I mean, Chris is the guy now. I mean, until Eli's back, but Chris is the guy.
Yeah, I think Chris will do it all.
So
They don't need Jim.
Yeah, exactly. It's play-by-play Chris, coaches show Chris, and Hey Coach Chris.
That's right.
Yeah,
Chris will do it all, man. He's a.
I'm willing to help out any way the university needs me. I'm always on standby.
Mm-hmm.
I am. I'm like Barry Alvarez. Barry Alvarez will come out and coach Wisconsin anytime they need him until he's dead.
That's right.
So one day when we have multiple shows on this platform, you will host any of them?
Yes.
Yeah, and sometimes I'll learn about them same day, but it's good. It's it's a joke. I knew about these. I knew about these today. I knew about these today.
Hey, Michael also is going to get his wisdom teeth pulled, so he's going to miss part of the show.
So he's already
better
drunk?
pulled than cut.
He says, "Ooh, that sounds awful."
I think that they're
Oh
both.
no, I had him cut out.
Yeah, I think they're both the same.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
I think so.
Well, either way,
no.
he's going to do it. I think he's going to have to be put under because he said his wife is ready for the videos. Michael.
Oh, Sarah, please, Sarah.
Sarah.
Sarah Bills, Michael's wife.
Well, I haven't.
I mean, how well do you know our listeners and
great female
viewers?
listener.
Dunaway.
I mean, come on.
No.
The over-under on Dunaway's wives' names that he knows of our listeners.
So, question: did I get that one right?
I don't know. You
Michael,
said
let me
it
know.
very
Did I get that one right?
How many
No.
listeners' wives do you follow?
I don't think you want to know the answer
They
to that.
send pictures to us, guys.
Whoa.
To us?
Yeah, they send them to us. They rerun in the commercials. Sarah should be about.
What, do you screen grab 'em?
I think we're in the third.
Hold on. I can't watch this.
I think we're third trimester.
Oh,
close
God,
to
even worse than I
close to the
thought.
birth of the baby coming
I
up.
thought he was going to guess the age.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was
Are
guessing.
you sure she's pregnant?
Jim, I'm not pregnant. God, that would be the most Dunaway thing
Michael,
ever.
help me out here. I think I'm
No,
right on this.
Michael.
Oh, wow.
No, I was going to ask before Dunaway might have got us off the rails there if she would just get him to call in. I would love to talk to a guy coming off of wisdom teeth surgery.
Yeah, look, I got it right. It's Sarah Beth.
No, we're not to the pregnant part. He's still on delay. My God, Jim!
She's been drinking beer all summer. 34 weeks.
34
Okay.
weeks.
Woo, thank God.
Thank you.
Third trimester. Very good, Dunaway.
I think we did something special for Michael on the air, and Sarah's the one that reached out to us to have us do something for Michael on the
TJ
air.
You forgot, outside of feet, his other fetish is pregnant
I
women.
know. TJ
I
said,
do think they're beautiful. They glow.
TJ said first upset of the college football season, Dunaway was 2 for 2 on those.
Yeah, I jumped out there pretty quick, didn't I?
First
Yeah.
upset of the season.
I didn't have her middle name, though. I lost on the Beth part.
Oh, my gosh.
What were we talking about? We were talking Missouri, and then we got off.
There's other games, though.
Yeah, and then we got off onto me not doing Hey Coach tonight. No, I don't think I'm doing Hey Coach tonight. Not expected
Man,
to
somebody
do that.
said they'd love to see me do Hey Coach. Yeah, I bet Nick Saban would love that, too.
Look at that, Chris. Jim is breaking ankles this morning. That's a
You
compliment.
really are, man. You crossed us over right
Yeah,
there.
Stop, went between the legs, went the other direction, laid it up with a left hand finger roll. Missouri, interesting game tonight. I can't wait to see what Tennessee looks like. For the Tennessee game tonight against Ball State, I just want to see what Brew McCoy looks like on the field. Does he play tonight now that he's eligible? Is he, anything like the 5-star he was when he came out and went USC, Texas, USC, now Tennessee?
Well, you've got Cedric Tillman coming back, arguably the best receiver, with Keyshawn Boutte in the SEC, but you lose Velas Jones, you lose Javonte Payton. So you have spots, and I think Brew McCoy will fill one of those spots. I think he's that talented. You saw flashes in 2020, didn't play last year because of the off-the-field issues at SC. But now that he's got this waiver and immediately eligible, I think he will play tonight.
Yeah.
I think, look, they're going to win this game going away, Tennessee is, but I think we're to the point year 2 of Josh Heupel where this is one of those games. Like if this were the first game, I would expect kind of sloppy Tennessee. Ball State probably capitalizes on a couple of blown assignments defensively. And, Tennessee's in a dogfight first half, pulls away second half. I think we're to the point here with this offense and with Hendon Hooker where I expect Tennessee to come out and put foot on the throat.
That's right.
If this is sloppy Tennessee in the first half, I'm not saying that they're 7-5 if they're sloppy in the first half, but I expect good, crisp Tennessee here.
Brad, I know you never really played the EA NCAA.
I played a little bit way back, yeah.
But when I was all in college, like I played for stats. When we had the running numbers, I wanted to put up big numbers, and I think Heupel is almost a stat guy. When you look at this offense last year, it was second in the SEC in scoring behind Alabama. It averaged right at 40 points per game. He's already said he wants to outscore the Vols baseball team.
That's right.
This is an opportunity tonight to put a big number on that scoreboard. So if he gets an opportunity, and also I think he looks at Hendon Hooker as a dark horse Heisman potential.
Yeah, and these are the kind of numbers you can pad tonight against Ball State. Part of their show today being brought to you by one of our new sponsors here at Next Round. And this will be one of our more enjoyable reads, not because we will sample this beautiful tequila here, but because Jim gets to do the read, and they're very, very, very complicated words for me to roll through here. So you ready for this?
Fire away, Jimmy.
You want to ding every time I don't nail one of these words?
I don't want to bug people.
Yeah. The next round being brought to you by our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila.
Boom!
Whoa!
He got it all.
Third upset of the college football season. We're not out of the first segment.
It makes you smarter.
You drank some of this last night, right? You noticed we had a case and there's one bottle left?
I do.
Yeah, I did notice that.
It went quick.
God almighty.
But when the guy was up here, when the president of the company was up here, and he said, "You guys will never have to buy tequila again," I don't think he anticipated it going that quickly.
Yeah.
Tyler, we need Matt, we need another run.
Right. But I will tell you, the place was cleaned up better than it's ever been cleaned before.
Hey, you understand we've got to bust that open today too.
No, we do not.
We've got Players Club, and that's part of it. We're going to be sampling that.
You have to. That's the rule.
That's what you have to do.
Okay.
Oh, Jeremy says it's his favorite tequila.
It's a great tequila.
Oh, I did sample some last night. It was delicious. Right here. I love the clear tequila. More tough words coming up. This is the world's first clear multi-age tequila right there. Dobel Diamante is a blend of extra añejo.
Very good.
Whoa.
Aged, yes.
Añejo and reposado.
No.
Reposado.
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 Goes so well.
No, you did really good.
Yeah.
It's aged in a new European oak barrel and double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness, much like this read. Crystal and clear in appearance and smooth and crisp in the finish, Maestro Dobel is the perfect tequila for sipping and mixing. And we'll have the Players Club later on where we'll sip and mix this a little bit.
Yeah, excited about these guys being on board with us this fall, and should be a lot of fun. I mean, that's what we need is tequila up here.
All right, so there you go. Glad to have them with us tonight as we start college football as we roll into it now. Now, the big games tonight. I mean, we are blessed. We are blessed. Local games going tonight. UAB has a home game this evening against Alabama A&M. Next Round Live. .com for a breakdown. AL.com has position-by-position breakdown of what you'll see tonight. A lot of parties going in town. Tailgating starting at 1 down at Protective. Over 30,000 tickets already sold for this one. It'll end up being a fantastic evening for UAB. They're a heavy favorite in this one. We'll see what Bryant Vincent can do tonight. Bryant Vincent and Mark Ingram interviews can be found in our podcast section and our videos on YouTube. As you watch us, remember to like and subscribe and hit that thumbs button. And if you're watching us and you haven't subscribed yet, just help us out. Hit the subscribe button. It doesn't cost you anything. It's free. Just subscribe right there, and it helps out your boys a little bit here.
That's right.
And who knows? Maybe we'll send you tequila in the future.
And thumbs us up.
Yeah, so we appreciate that. Also tonight, Sanford opens up against Kennesaw State, a really good football team, Kennesaw State. That's a top 10 FCS program playing Sanford tonight. Huge football game for Sanford this evening on the Sanford campus. UNA starts the night off against Indiana State at 5 o'clock on ESPN Plus if you want to watch that. The big games, though, nationally, maybe with some loose conference championship implications going on. is Penn State Purdue. There are people out there who believe Purdue will win the West.
Ooh, I don't know about win the West. I think they'll win this game. Klatt is about to join us from West Lafayette. He's obviously on the call tonight.
Yeah, Main Fox tonight.
Main Fox tonight with Klatt and Gus. So he'll be on with us in the next segment. I think Purdue wins this game, Lance. And, after Penn State dispatches of Ohio, I think it creates a very, very hungry, desperate Penn State team coming to Auburn in week 3.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I mean, Penn State has owned this series. It's hard to believe these two have only met 19 times.
Yep.
Penn State, Purdue. Isn't that weird?
That is weird.
Yeah, but Penn State owns the series 15-3-1. Last time they met, it was a trouncing 35-7. They're a 3.5-point favorite on the road. Both have really good quarterbacks. I think Aiden O'Connell is actually the better quarterback for Purdue. Both are sixth-year guys, and Sean Clifford and Aiden O'Connell.
Is there a chance this is the oldest quarterback matchup in college football history?
Yes. Aiden O'Connell and Sean Clifford. Yep. I mean, they feel like they've been there forever.
I mean, I think Clifford's 24.
Yeah, I think we'll see more of this year because I think you'll see a lot of six-year guys.
I'm going to say since World War II because obviously we had a lot of old people coming back from the war, saving the globe.
Well, that's true, yeah.
And they came back and played college football. Modern-day football.
Here is my question. Can Penn State run the football? They only averaged a little over 100 yards per game on the ground last year.
Noah Cain's gone.
They were 13th in the Big Ten, and now it's kind of an unknown in that backfield. They've got good receivers. They've got an experienced quarterback. We'll see what they're able to do running the football. And this is a team that got as high as number 4 nationally last year. We forget that.
To your point, Purdue was 12th out of 14 in the Big Ten against the run last year. So if you're not going to be able to line it up and run on Purdue, that's going to be a big problem for Penn State in all likelihood moving forward.
Yeah.
So I am looking forward to that. Klatt with us in the next segment talking about it. You can get loosened up for this college football season by heading to our friends at Greystone Chiropractic. GreystoneChiropractor.com is the website. You can make an appointment by calling 981-8090 just off Highway 280 in the Greystone area, obviously by the name. Highway 280 and 119 right there. Check it out, GreystoneChiropractor.com. They also have Element Wellness, which gets your body's balance and energy and proactive healing just right. Things like IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, where your whole body cryotherapy is used to treat pain and arthritis in a 1 to 3 minute session. Extreme Cool helps the blood rush to vital organs, just makes your body feel better. Infrared sauna, red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting. It's all right there at Greystone Chiropractic, GreystoneChiropractor.com, or 981-8090. I trust them with my neck, my back, and my entire family. You can as well at Greystone Chiropractic.
Klatt Monkey from West Lafayette in just a second. Before I run around to the back road, also tonight, Backyard Brawl tonight.
Can't wait.
West Virginia, Pittsburgh. Stadium will be split 50-50, not by design by Pittsburgh, just by West Virginia fans buying up the tickets. That game is tonight on ESPN. They go at 6 o'clock. The
First
Fox
time in
game's
11
at 7.
years, by the way.
Yeah.
First time in 11 years, but as we learned yesterday from Furman, they've been playing each other for years and years and years and years, so it's good to have this game back. Last night, very old-school pep rally scene at Pittsburgh on campus. Mm-hmm. After Pat Narduzzi had warned his team, let's don't give anybody any bulletin board material, Keaton Slovis, we don't have the clip because it's a very short thing, but Keaton Slovis, after giving his talk to the student body, starts to walk away, then turns around to his teammates, steps back up on top of the stage and says, and by the way, F West Virginia. He doesn't just say F, he says West Virginia.
Oh, Keaton Slovis.
And walks off.
Who's been a Pitt player for what, 3 months?
No games. Yep. 0 games.
Yeah, he's already got that deep-seated
No, but I mean,
hatred of West Virginia.
there is such an underlying storyline because JT Daniels goes down against San Jose. Keaton Slovis comes in. JT never sees the field again. Slovis was that good that first year. And Graham Harrell, who's the new offensive coordinator at West Virginia, coached both of those guys.
Yeah, I love the fact that the L.A. guys from USC, the quarterbacking this one, have gone all hillbilly for this
really have, man.
Backyard brawl. F West Virginia. I don't know where it is on the map, but F them. All right, around the back row first. Let's go, Forrester. Biggest game this weekend you're looking forward to. You can't say Mercer and Auburn. What do you got, Forrester?
That's still Georgia, Oregon.
Georgia, Oregon. For who do you like?
I like Georgia, but I think it's going to be close.
Yeah.
Touchdown or so.
Bo Nix the starter, you think?
Yes.
Okay. Lunsford, back row. Biggest game you're looking forward to?
I didn't care at first, but now Purdue, Penn State, just so y'all can all be wrong.
I'm with you on this.
Yeah, if you're new to the show, Lunsford loves to bet against me financially. He invests his hard-earned Bitcoin.
And I already have on this game.
Yeah, thank you. You can't see, but under their table, I'm shooting our bird. Rockstar, biggest game you're looking forward to?
Temple and Duke, because Maggie gets to see what football is outside of the pond.
Friday night.
Yeah.
Does she have a date to the game?
She's got to wear a sundress because all the rushies, the pledges, have to wear sundresses. All right, that's the first segment. When we come back, we go to West Lafayette, Indiana, I believe. West Lafayette,
That is
Indiana.
true. That's where it is.
Where Joel Klatt will be on Main Fox tonight, Fox 6 here in the Birmingham market. Main Fox tonight, 7 o'clock kick. Penn State and Purdue. Football is ready to roll. The show being brought to you in part by the great folks at Hemp Hill. Got to hang out with Adam, Chad, and the guys yesterday.
Yeah, Chad was up here yesterday. Love those guys. Fantastic guys. And look, since 1954, this is the name that Birmingham has trusted. It's Hemp Hill Services for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Make the call that I always make when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, 205-229-20. That's 205-229-20.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Hey guys, football season's here, and you know you're going to spend a lot of Saturdays and Sundays watching the games. So go ahead and make the call to Blakely's Bouquets. And when it comes time for those special occasions like homecoming or fall formals, Blakely's is the answer too. Trust me when I tell you that Blakely's will go above and beyond with unique custom designs. Order ahead or get speedy same-day deliveries at Blakely'sBouquets.com. That's Blakely'sBouquets.com, or better yet, stop by the store on Oxmoor Road in downtown Homewood. Blakely's Bouquets. The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Football season is here, and it's time to do what we do best. LancesLock.com is your source for football winners, and for only $90 a month, you won't find a better value anywhere. If you're going to play, you might as well win while you're doing it. Jump in with me and get every lock from every league every single day. College football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA. It's all under the same subscription. $90 a month breaks down to $3 a day. There's not a better deal out there. Subscribe today this year at LancesLock.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, as we roll to Joel Klatt in a second, just a reminder, New York Butcher Shop brings us our state bets. And I got a couple of state bets rolling this weekend, one tonight. New York Butcher Shop, state bet, I've got West Virginia, plus the 7.5. The guys that got called to F off by the Keaton Slovis kid last night at the pep rally. So I've got West Virginia, brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop.
Yeah, stop by the New York Butcher Shop, pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. They've got great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Serviu, Cabo Heights, and 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
I love the fact that on our opening night, that a game is so big on a Thursday night that it's not on FS1. There's a game on FS1. It's a good one to watch. I mean, Central Michigan and Oklahoma State. But I love that we got a game so big that we're on main Fox
That's
tonight.
right. In prime time. Don't get confused. That doesn't mean 11 o'clock. That means prime time. Joel Klatt.
The other prime time.
What is up, Klatt?
What's going on? How we doing, boys?
Doing awesome. Thank you. Klatt joins us each week courtesy of mybookie.ag, mybookie.ag. Don't forget code next round. We're split on the table here. A lot of times these Thursday night games, I mean, they may not be competitive. It's just, hey, we're happy to have football. This is a tough game for Penn State, in my opinion, going to West Lafayette.
I think so, too. Listen, Penn State's more talented than Purdue. They've got more length, speed, all those different things. But it's really hard to quantify what Aiden O'Connell means for Purdue and that passing game for Jeff Brom. I think that is something that is really, really top end in college football. It goes under the radar in a lot of respects. And some people have said, well, I don't think that this year without David Bell, their wide receiver who got drafted, I don't think their passing game will be as good. But, in this day and age, you can kind of reload quietly through the transfer portal. And they got a couple of guys from Iowa who, by the way, literally bounced because they were like, hey, this offense sucks. We're leaving. We're going to get some catches. So Tyrone Tracy comes back to Indiana. This is where he's from. He was an Indiana Gatorade Player of the Year in high school. He comes back from Iowa. Charlie Jones, great returner. He comes back. They've got a guy that played really well in the bowl game against Tennessee in that win over Tennessee, Brock Thompson. But O'Connell is a guy that in the last half of last season was as good as anybody. I mean, he had 2 games of over 500 yards. They can throw it, man. So, yeah, this is a tough one. And in particular, guys, you understand, weeknights for a favorite or kind of a blue blood on the road, those tend to be kind of those trap games. And so this one should be pretty good tonight.
I'm a little surprised. We all remember back in the day when Penn State could really run the football.
Yeah, I know.
And last year, just 106 yards per game, 13th in the Big Ten. Do you think the offense is different this year?
I think they'll be better running the ball. They were terrible running the ball. I mean, awful. And that's a big reason why I think Sean Clifford struggled so much, their quarterback, who's been there since I was 4 years old. They got the best running back in the country. Everybody wanted Nick Singleton, the number one running back in the country. And he went to Penn State. I think he makes a big difference, to be honest. I think that he is a guy that can help fix the run game. They feel like they're better up front, although they've got some new faces there. They also have another true freshman, Katron Allen, that they say has had a phenomenal camp. And so from a personnel perspective, they feel like they're much better suited to go out there and succeed. And in fact, they've been saying, and James Franklin told us, he was like, hey, Nick Singleton has been doing Saquon Barkley stuff in the weight room. And I was like, wow, I mean, this ain't a CrossFit competition, so I don't really care what he does. I want to see what he does on the football field. Violent runner, big, downhill. They said he runs with the same type of anger. They didn't want to compare him to Adrian Peterson, but that type of physical knees, elbows, rolling ball of butcher knife style runner. I'm interested to see him play. If he gets their run game in general back on track, this is a team that should win 8, 9, maybe even 10 games and play at the upper echelon of the Big Ten. If they don't fix it, they will continue to be what I feel like is kind of a 500 program, which is what they've been over the last couple of years when they've been unable to figure out that run game.
Okay, you played the position, and for those of us that did not play at your level, 100,000 people who watch football never played the college game. Explain to us, for Sean Clifford, how having a good running game helps him. Does it slow things down for him? Does it make the defense do something that opens it up for him? Why does that help a quarterback like Sean Clifford more than maybe play calling or great receivers?
Yeah, so the biggest advantage that a quarterback can have is when the offense has the ability to put defenders, in particular at the second level, in conflict. And that conflict produces space, and space produces completions. And when you don't have the ability to put those defenders in conflict and they're not respecting one element of your offense, what ends up happening is that the windows tighten, your timing tightens, and the overall pressure and anxiety that you feel as a quarterback goes way up. When that happens, generally you have to, on a more frequent basis, get to the number 2 and number 3 in your progression, because the windows are tighter, the looks are a little bit more muddy. Your ability to throw on rhythm is taken away. And so you've got to get to number 2, you've got to get to number 3, you've got to make post-snap reads. And what ends up happening is that you face more traffic in the pocket. All of that increases the pressure on a quarterback from a mental side, from a physical side, and it's just more difficult to play efficiently. It's just more difficult to throw for 65% or 68% versus 58%. That's what makes it so difficult. And then when you can run the football and they're having to respect what you're doing, it does a couple of things. One, you put those defenders in conflict and you increase the space in order to complete the ball. And then 2, you're throwing on more advantageous downs. See, when you're throwing the ball when you want to versus when you have to, it makes a completely different feeling for a quarterback in the pocket. When you're throwing the ball because you have to, it's just hard. And then when you throw the ball when you want to, you generally are successful. You can throw on rhythm and you create big plays.
I love giving $1 million ideas. For 2023, it's too late now. Animated. When I grew up, when I fell in love with ice hockey in the South, we had a thing called Peter Puck, who explained to me the rules and nuances of hockey. Animated Joel Klatt drops one bit of knowledge on Fox broadcast in 2023 that helps the novice understand the game a little bit better. Animated Joel Klatt in 2023 in the Fox broadcast. It'd be really good.
What was the puck name?
Peter
what
Puck.
Was the puck's name?
Peter Puck.
Peter Puck.
Yeah, it was
Why
animated.
Brian covering his mouth? Is this a joke?
No, it's a true story.
Is this like Klatt Monkey?
No.
You want me to come out as Klatt Monkey? Hey, look at Klatt Monkey. Oh, he's about to talk about quarterback.
Now a Klatt Monkey animation would be really good.
He drops a banana.
All right.
Yeah, that would be good.
It's like the It's like I go to Angels games with my boys, and they still roll out the rally monkey like Garrett Anderson's about to walk through that clubhouse, which he ain't. I can tell you that. But like every seventh inning stretch, they put the monkey up, and it's like, oh, and it's like I could just drop down like that. I think we're onto something here.
I would love to have said that. I'm Joel Klatt.
Joel Klatt. You want some pancakes? Pancakes.
Klatt with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline tonight. Penn State and Purdue on main Fox. Klatt presented each week by MyBookie.ag. Code next round, MyBookie.ag. Code next round. You see it at the bottom of the screen there. Kyle Whittingham does what that will make this really complicated for Florida? I think the guy's a really good, solid head coach, maybe even better than good and solid. I'm probably insulting him with those words. What makes this such a tough game? I know.
That was very Southern of you.
Very SEC insulting the Pac-12 guy. Yep.
He ain't down here with our boys.
No, he's not. He's not.
So
that is established.
I don't know what those foo guys at altitude are doing, but hey, he ain't one of us.
Now, is he like the rest of the Pac-12? Do they eat tofu for the pregame meal, or is he going to eat a real meal?
Hummus.
This is, by the way, this is the reason why Utah is right now the class of the Pac-12 is because they are not a hummus football team. While the rest of the Pac-12 is on hummus and carrots, Utah is still like getting after it, right? And they're having real meals. They're physical. They're very physical. I think that's what's going to surprise Florida is the physical nature that Utah will bring to that game. I think Utah is an excellent team. When you look at what Cam Rising, their quarterback, has done for them, I screw this stat up all the time, but I think they were like 9-1 with him as a starter last year. After he kind of like they went with Charlie Brewer, remember the Baylor transfer, and then it just wasn't working out well early in the season. They went to Cameron Rising, and they really transformed themselves. They're good running the football. They've got some talented skill position players, which is I think rare for them, at least from a historical standpoint. And then they're always great on defense. I think that's going to surprise Florida is the length and physicality that they're going to see from Utah. I think Utah is the better team and should beat Florida. I don't know if they will. That's a tough trip. It's going to be a tough environment. There's no doubt. I think Florida will definitely be ready to play. I will say this, though. That game brings mind to just like this sport is crazy. Here we have like Michigan and Ohio State are going to play 4 true road games this year. 4. That's it. Meanwhile, Utah is going to play 6 true road games. Like how is this the same sport? One of them being at Florida. The only team in the SEC that's going to play 6 true road games. I know this is going to surprise you guys. Vanderbilt. I know. Wild. Mind-blowing, right? Like, because the SEC just does a better job of scheduling for success, and in particular with their favorites. Oregon's got to go on the road basically 6 times this year, if you count, the game in Atlanta against Georgia as a true road game, which I'm going to. I know that blows people's mind as well. That's not a neutral site. Weird, I know, but that's not a neutral site. So, the scheduling quirks in this sport, I think, are too great right now, and it's leading to a lack of parity. Because the bottom line for me is that if Utah, which is the favorite in the Pac-12, can't beat what many people think is going to be a middle-of-the-road SEC team this year, why is the Pac-12 going to get into the playoff?
It's a great question.
But if they do beat them, another fascinating game is.
By the way, it's a lose-lose for Florida. You beat them, and all of you people that are going to be like, well, they should. Florida's no good. They lose, and you guys are going to be like, just wearing your SEC gear, and you're just going to be chanting SEC like in your cars, drinking coffee. You guys practice your SEC chant. It's ridiculous.
Hey, Joel, I'm on the Utah bandwagon. I've got them in the college football playoff. I had them in it 2 years ago. They were 1 game away.
They're good.
I think they're that good. Okay, Cincinnati, Arkansas. Cincinnati loses a ton. Ritter, Alec Pierce was a great wide receiver. You lose 2 cornerbacks to the NFL. This Arkansas team always overachieves. What gives in this game?
I like this game. I think that this is sneaky, like the best matchup of the weekend. I don't know if you agree or not. I really like what Coach Pittman has done at Arkansas. He's made them tougher. That bowl game, when they beat up on Penn State, they were more physical. They were fast. I like KJ Jefferson. I like what they do on the offensive side. I think this is going to be really difficult for Cincinnati because one thing that we've seen is, yes, they've done a nice job. They've recruited, and Luke Fickell's an excellent coach. But their success in large part has mirrored, Desmond Ridder being there and those great corners being there. And they've been able to play great defense and do things well. I like Cincinnati as a program. That's a really tough ask to go up against a team that I think is going to be bigger and faster, longer, that has coming off of a really great season with their quarterback being back. So I like Arkansas in this game against Cincinnati.
All right, phenomenal, Klatt. It's so good to hear your voice and know you're at a game site for tonight. This is so exciting.
Oh, man, I can't. Well, by the way, I just did a hit you guys probably can't see this kid. One of these kids in this picture right here. He camped out at Purdue, and I was like, "Why'd you camp out?" And he was like, "Because it's awesome." And I was like, "Well, how many people were in line?" And he was like, "I was the only one." I was like, "Well, then what was the need to camp out if you were the only one?" His name's Isaac. Tonight he's going to have a sombrero on. He took this Polaroid picture, gave it to me, and he was like, "Hey, would you just make sure tonight that you show me on TV and tell everybody at the Westminster Village, which is a retirement home where I work, they just get really excited when I'm on TV." And I'm like, "Yep, all right, Isaac, done. You're going to be on
That
TV."
is fantastic.
That's my kind of guy right there, Isaac.
I hope he grows up to be a hell of an engineer at Purdue, too.
That's Georgia Tech.
Who knows?
Yeah.
All right, Klatt, thank you. See you tonight, buddy. We appreciate it.
See you, boys.
All right, buddy. Be
Love
good.
that guy.
Joel Klatt with us. Phenomenal stuff there.
You want pancakes.
West Lafayette, where Purdue is a 3.5-point underdog hosting Penn State. That game and all the games tonight at mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag. Bills and Rams kick it off a week from tonight in the NFL regular season. Get your winning season at mybookie.ag. They've got that double deposit bonus right now. $250 deposit gets $500 in your account when you use the code NEXTROUND. That is the code you need to use. Next round. You use those funds to bet instantly on as many games, contests, and props as you want. Claim that bonus at mybookie.ag with the code NEXTROUND. Bet on team win totals, predict the Super Bowl winner, use the MyBookie prop builder, and secure the bag. Your next winning season begins today at mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
I love the way Brown just pushed me off on Purdue being an engineering school.
Well, they are an engineering school, but you were using Georgia Tech's fight song.
I hope he grows up to be a hell of an engineer. I wasn't singing anything.
I'm a rambling wreck from Georgia Tech and a hell of an engineer.
Yeah, he's a hell of an engineer at Georgia Tech. I hope they grow up to be as good as the Georgia Tech engineers.
Well,
I'll take a Southern engineer over a Midwestern engineer anytime.
I think the Purdue engineers got us to the moon.
Best Purdue player of all time.
Drew Brees.
Rod Woodson.
Bob Greasy. It's pretty good.
I'd go Drew Brees.
I think I'd go Drew
Rod
Brees.
Woodson.
Yeah. I'd go Drew Brees.
Poll question?
Sure. We got poll questions out there.
All the Purdue fans.
Cowan Equipment brings you all of our poll questions. We've got one out right now. How many SEC teams lose this weekend? You can choose between these four choices: 0, 1, 2, or 3 or more. Those are your choices. Cowan Equipment, a great choice for you, too.
Yeah, proud to partner with the Next Round on our venture here. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, cowan.com.
All right, shout out to my friend Bill Wilson, who's a big Purdue grad, loves Purdue basketball, not so much Purdue football, loves Auburn football and Purdue basketball. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Bud Light Next, 0 carbs, 80 calories. You see the can look right here behind us. Wherever you buy beer, drink responsibly. When we come back, more excitement for tonight's games. And at the top of the hour, another one of my favorites. I mean, I love our lineup this year. Josh Pate joins us from Lake Kick. Josh, he's about 17 minutes away right here on the Next Round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog, located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
All right, we roll on today. Our show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson. Here is our look ahead. Just had Joel Klatt, Josh Pate at 10 o'clock Central Time, starting hour 2. Then we slide down and talk to Auburn quarterback and analyst Stan White. He'll be with us at 10:25 today. And later on, we crank up our Spotlight Thursday Traditions with Ryan Brown. He'll bring us a college football tradition to pay attention to coming up in the 12 o'clock hour, final hour of the show. Later today, that's our Michelson look ahead.
Yeah, I miss those Thursday traditions.
Well, you're getting one from tonight. Game tonight, Lance.
I'm excited about that.
Tonight.
Hey, look, if you have been thinking about LASIK and if you want to find out if it's right for you, one simple phone call, a phone call that I made 2 decades ago, 969-8100, Michelson Laser Vision, the best in the business, in my opinion. I had the 2200 vision. I wore the contacts for about a decade. I was wasting money on the contacts and solutions. Went in, got the procedure done. It took 12 minutes for both eyes. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Make the call that I made, 969-8100. They're conveniently located to the UAB Highlands. Ask for Amy. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You have zero to lose. To find out if LASIK is right for you, Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Hey, listen, we're not one of those shows that go screaming with our hair on fire when something looks like it's going to change in college football. Yesterday, everyone was running around like it was the Armageddon in football, the way we used to know it, with a rule clarification that came down and was posted all over social media, and everybody's like, oh, you can't even tackle the quarterback anymore. Well, we made a phone call to people in the know to explain to us about the wording that was all over social media yesterday. And what we learned in a nutshell, Brown, seems to me to be that nothing that we watch on Thursday tonight or Saturdays is going to change. They just had to clarify it in the rule book so they could look at, here's the rule. We're still going to need the old school hitting them in the head or using your helmet as a weapon stuff to happen for it to be a targeting call. Explain to us what happened yesterday.
SEC Officiating sent out on sometime yesterday, 11:56 yesterday, sent out without context, which is
always a mistake.
Always a mistake. And I don't know why at SEC Officiating chose to do it this way. An update.
That's our friends at the SEC office that sends that out
correct.
there. Yeah.
This is a actual SEC office Twitter account. It's basically an update on what qualifies a quarterback as a defenseless player. And a lot of people, because here's what it says. I'm just going to read it real quick.
Right.
It says, and this is straight from the SEC Officiating office, a defenseless player is one who, because of their physical position, and it talks about what they are and makes them defenseless. Example, A, a player in the act of or just after throwing a pass. This includes a player in a passing posture with his focus downfield. And Scott is showing it to you. That's what the SEC office sent out. And a lot of people are like, oh my gosh, I can't hit the quarterback now when he's in a passing posture. He's a defensive player. This is ridiculous. What are we changing football to, man? If I want to watch this,
put a skirt on him.
I'll watch Serena Williams play tennis.
What time do they get in the makeup chair before the game?
All this is clarifying what makes a quarterback a defenseless player in the event of targeting.
Right.
So this, what you're reading on the screen or what you might have seen on Twitter, what I just read to you, matters none unless you have the classic indicators of targeting. Helmet to helmet, contact above the shoulders with forcible launching, all those things that you have to have targeting. Yep. This just determines what makes a quarterback a defenseless player along with that.
I even asked the question. So blind side, can I still knock the slobber out of the quarterback?
Yep, absolutely.
100% I can.
Yep.
Yeah, but you better make sure that helmet's not involved.
No.
But that's just football the way it is now.
That's any player, really. That's any player. Now, I didn't realize, because I checked on this as well yesterday, I don't guess I realized the college game doesn't call it as strictly as the NFL, but the old low hit on the quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
You knew that.
I did, yeah.
You're talking about going towards the knees?
Yeah.
If he's if he's not a runner at that point, if he's in a defenseless position,
yeah. Now, the college game, they don't call it as much as the pros. The pros call it all the time.
That's right. It's not as, you see it a lot in the NFL.
Yeah. So, again, don't panic if you saw that. All that was, it was horribly tweeted without context, which is on the SEC. But that said, all it was clearing up what makes a quarterback a defenseless player in the event of targeting.
I'm not sure it was horribly tweeted. I just think
it was,
sometimes
they didn't have context.
I think sometimes they forget that most of us overreact to everything.
No, it's horribly tweeted. Why would you just send that tweet out? Add context. It was horribly tweeted. It's on the SEC. They screwed it up. They should have done better, but we're glad we can clarify.
Our friends at NASCAR are ready for the playoffs. We'll talk. I got two interesting coaching things to tell you about after Brown tells us about NASCAR coming back to Talladega.
Oh, hey, did you see that video from last night? They sold that joint out.
From
What
North
was it?
Wilkesboro?
North Wilkesboro? Yeah.
About 50,000?
Lil E was there.
Yeah.
They went nuts for him, man.
He was running near the top.
Yeah. I think he finished third, oddly, in the 3-car.
How about that?
Hey, the Yellowwood 500 weekend coming to Talladega Super Speedway the weekend of Friday, September 30th through Sunday, October 2. Do not forget to buy tickets to the Yellowwood 500 at this website, TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Also, secure one of these experiences like the Saturday night infield concert. Country music star Chase Rice comes to Talladega for the Saturday night infield concert. Country musician Bailey Zimmerman is the opening act. Sunday ticket holders get the show free with your ticket. It starts at 7:30 p.m. It is not too late to purchase your 2-day tickets to the Yellowwood 500 and the camping and the infield. All of that, TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Absolutely. Now, here are a couple of football notes before we get to the top of the hour and talk to Josh Pate. One, just quick reaction to this because I want to start a little scandal. Dan Patrick, this is not the scandal part. Dan Patrick yesterday says keep an eye on Urban Meyer in Nebraska.
Yeah, Dan's got a history of being wrong on these things. Yeah. I don't buy into that.
You don't think Urban Meyer would take the Nebraska
job?
job?
Think he would.
Because here's the thing. Urban Meyer, his last job was the only job he's been unsuccessful at. He's not going to risk that in back-to-back jobs because his legacy right now is a little tainted. If Urban Meyer gets back into coaching, it's going to be a job he can be successful at.
Would Arizona State be one of those jobs? Okay.
No. Once you've been the coach of Florida and Ohio State, it's going to be hard to slum it at Nebraska and Arizona State.
That is Dan Patrick yesterday.
Texas would be a possibility.
The other thing. I have this birthday site that I occasionally get birthdays wrong, but it's their fault. Jake Coker's birthday, I got historically wrong one time, former Alabama quarterback. Wished him happy birthday because of this website. Today, the website I look at for birthdays to put on the morning rounds has happy birthday Brian Kelly, coach at LSU, age 71.
Ooh, that's a little old. Brian's not 71.
Brian's birthday is in October.
I bet it'll be 60.
And he'll be 61, right?
Wow. I know he's out.
But that's according to Wikipedia. What if my birthday site is right, and Brian Kelly's been lying for a long time about his age.
Somebody has to ask him
and he's
about
really
this.
71 now.
I think
he's from Central America, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
Brian Kelly's been
Danny Almonte,
Yeah, his family is really somewhere else.
I think this has to be asked by the Notre Dame media.
Somebody demand the birth certificate.
That's
I
right.
need to see the birth certificate of Brian Kelly.
Notre Dame media's got to go to the administration and say, when he was the coach here, how old was he?
That's right. Can he even be the LSU coach? Is he even a person that can be hired at age 71 at LSU at 70? Is Nick Saban not the oldest coach in the SEC anymore? Come on, LSU. Come on, T-Bob Hebert. Find out what Brian Kelly's real age is. All right, when we come back, Josh Pate, crisp white T-shirt on his show, Road White, ready for the football season. He's coming up next. Part of the show being brought to you by Dr. B.
Got it buzzed up yesterday.
Looks good. Rody did a good job.
I appreciate that. Hey, with age, for most comes a little hair loss. Unfortunately, when it started to happen to me last year, I asked around. Everyone said the exact same guy, Dr. Beckenstein. He's the best in the business. Set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They perform the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It is cutting edge, and Dr. Beckenstein, the only one in Alabama that offers it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting, went over my options, chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. I'm able to do this from the couch while watching TV. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Starting hour number 2 here on a opening weekend, first full weekend of college football. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. Forrester, let's do like you know how the Major League Baseball Network shows just a live look at the stadium?
Give me a live look of Josh Pate warming up for the interview here. He's in his warm-ups. He doesn't have his crisp white T-shirt.
No, he's actually dressed up today.
Yeah. So we've got Josh Pate in just a second as he's loosening up, getting ready for a great interview coming up in just a second. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Gutter Cap.
Hey, one thing you don't want to do this fall is get on the roof and clean the leaves out. I talked about the dudes on the house behind me, leaf blowing at 6:15. By the way, they were leaf blowing when I got home.
Get out of town.
Same guys, I swear to God, my kids.
Worst hobby in the world.
It's a work now. They're just working.
They really are. He's just paying people.
Yep.
Anyway, you don't want to do that because you get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Gutter Cap's patent aluminum cover system fits over most existing gutters. Call Chris Stewart today, 823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
All right. While we were talking to Joel Klatt in the last hour from West Lafayette, a conversation broke out in the chat room of the Mount Rushmore next round guest. A lot of people had Klatt on it. A lot of people had this guy on it, Josh Pate, 24/7 Sports, late kick Josh.
Absolutely.
Our Mount Rushmore has more than 4 people. We have a lot of favorites, Josh, but you are one of them. How are you?
Can I take exception with the chat? I don't feel like I've been around here long enough. There's some veterans of this show, and I still feel like I've got the new sticker. Even though we've peeled it off, you're still trying to scrape the rest of the sticker off my back. So I appreciate it. And I was lurking in the chat. For instance, I think Klatt's line about the whole hummus and carrot diet out in the Pac-12 is probably the best thing that's going to be said on the show this morning. And I don't think I'm going to match it. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, spoiler alert, next 10 or 12 minutes, I probably won't say anything that good. But I'm happy to be here and happy the chat accepts me.
Okay, so Klatt believes, I believe in Utah. I do think it's a really tricky game. I think it's one of those games, if Utah can get through, they've got an opportunity to really get rolling. This is such a swing game. I know it's not a great Florida team. I'm fascinated to see Anthony Richardson. Are you on board with Utah, and how do you think this game plays out?
I picked them to go to the playoff. So, yeah, I'm on board with them. So here's what kind of aggravates me about the whole college football playoff conversation. If a G5 team, let's take Cincinnati. Cincinnati's going to Arkansas this week. If they win that game, it will rightfully be touted as a major win, no matter what Arkansas does the rest of the way, because it's a road win in the SEC. I think if Utah beats Florida, it should be touted the same way, but there's this subconscious disconnect that a lot of people hold different teams to different standards with. And so if Utah goes down there to Florida, Klatt was right. If they win that game, down the road, there'll be someone somewhere who tries to discount it because of what Florida did after that. Well, you guys know as well as I do, when a team has 5 losses in November, they're playing at a different level than you got from them if you played them in their home stadium opening night. So I would be really impressed if Utah did that. I think it's a testament to them that they've built their program to where they can be a 2.5 or 3-point favorite on the road. What's interesting to me is all this talk about the weather and the humidity and how is that West Coast team, even though they're about 1,000 miles from the West Coast, how is that Western team, low humidity, dry heat, how are they going to come in and handle that? But what's interesting is that only manifests itself if your style of play makes the weather lean on the other team. Second half, you got the advantage, not in time of possession, but in total plays run. If you're starting to lean on the other team, that's when that weather matters. Well, what could end up being one of the storylines in this game, if Florida's not careful and they suffer some 3-and-outs early, is Utah is actually the kind of team that is tailor-made to leverage those weather conditions in their favor. And I don't think anyone would see that coming. But, you know, what if we get in the fourth quarter and Utah ends up pulling that thing out and it's Utah falling forward for first downs and it's Utah having to stop play because of cramps on the other side? I don't think that's something that folks are ready to see, but yet it's a possibility because of their style of play.
Yeah, great point there. And I'm glad you're on board with teams, forget their records. When you play them, they can be different than their record. Great example was Alabama, Florida State opening Mercedes-Benz Stadium. That was 2 versus 3. Florida State was different that year in that game than they were by the end of the year. So I agree 100% with you there. On Utah, we are making this out to be like Kyle Whittingham is fearful of the SEC sometimes or something. This guy, a long time ago, beat Alabama in the Sugar Bowl. This guy, he lives for this opportunity, doesn't he, to sort of say, we belong at the table with the SEC.
Yeah. I used to hear the same thing said about Chris Peterson when Peterson was at when he was at Boise, actually. I would hear the conversation mainly because it was me and my buddies having it. And I would always defend this guy from Idaho, and they didn't even think I could spot Idaho on a map. And they would say, well, we're tired of Boise getting these accolades. If they played in the SEC, blah, blah, blah. And I used to remind them, well, if Boise was in the SEC, they would have access to the resources SEC teams do. They'd have access to the talent pool that they do. So you would give this coach who's running circles around his competition who are equally resourced out there, you would give him equal resources in the SEC. Moral of the story, Peterson would have been fine in the SEC. Whittingham would fit very well in the SEC. Only question with him would be the same question we're asking about Brian Harsin right now. And that is, how well can he recruit down here? And does he really speak that language, which you can only know once they come here? Kyle Whittingham and his staff, along with Kentucky, who Florida plays in week 2, and their staff, those are some of the most comfortable in their skin, know who they are, totally comfortable with their identity sort of staffs in America. I've been a fan of his for a long time. He's been there a long time. I don't think people realize how long he's been there, though. He's been there a long time. There are kids in high school right now. There are kids going off to college whose entire lives have included Kyle Whittingham as the head coach at Utah. It's pretty wild.
Josh Pate is with us, 24/7 Sports, at Late Kick Josh on Twitter, at Late Kick Josh. We always encourage you to watch and support his show. It is phenomenal. You guys love college football. Josh, that's what he does, is college football. I'm going to give you the Dunaway 3-team parlay. You tell me which leg you feel the best about.
It's a 3-team tease.
3-team tease, excuse me, Lance. The 3-team tease.
Big difference, Josh.
There is
you
a
know
big
that.
difference, yes. Yes, the 3-team tease. He has teased North Carolina State at East Carolina down to 1.5 points. He has teased BYU at South Florida down to 2, and South Carolina hosting Georgia State down to 2. Lance thinks there's an upset in that group right there.
I think it's easy money.
Yeah, and I want to follow up after you make your point on what you think about that 3-team teaser.
So my general policy is anytime we're talking teasers, pleasers, or parlays, I got to put the hood on.
Yeah. Yes, let's go hoodie.
I feel kind of gross. Yeah. Okay, so hold on. Okay, so I really got nervous. That feels uncomfortable. I really got nervous the other day the more I looked at Georgia State, South Carolina. Only because you guys know with Jacksonville State, with Georgia State, any of these teams at the G5 level in the South, their rosters are just littered with guys who had SEC offers and then transferred, or for whatever reason it didn't work out, and they're way better than most people think they are. And nobody that I have spotted has talked about that game. Same with BYU, by the way, at South Florida. Everyone's talking about the games down the road those teams have. And it just makes me a little uneasy that, for instance, with South Carolina, they've got the home dynamic. They got the hype behind the program. And Georgia State's going in there as less than a 2-touchdown dog. So I'm not saying I'm picking the upset, but if Lance is right and we're trying to find the upset, that one makes me nervous. NC State, I think, will end up taking care of business because that's a more formidable opponent. So they're taking that thing totally seriously. But you've got the look ahead factor, even in week 1 with those other two. And with Brigham Young, I'd be careful with South Florida, too, because of the same principle as Georgia State. You just know what the roster is littered with. And that doesn't necessarily mean anything. But what it does mean is if individual players are stepping up in week 1 and changing dynamics of games, you may have some more talented individual players there that maybe you don't know about very much in Provo. So, I mean, look, I don't know why in the world Dunaway can't just ride my Ramen Noodle Express plays. I'm going to win him money this year. So I try and give it out, and he says, no, your money's no good here. I gotta tease my way to a win against Vegas.
I'm telling you, Josh, Georgia State, I mean, Sean Elliott's team, 15 returning starters, 8 wins last year. They should have beaten Auburn. They beat Tennessee 2 years ago. They're not going to be intimidated. I think they win the game outright. With that said, Brown had a stat yesterday. I think for 12 or 15 consecutive weeks, double-digit dog has won outright.
We're up to 15 straight after the Northwestern win. A double-digit dog has won outright in college football.
Do you not get the feeling with the COVID year and guys coming back for 6 years, especially at some of these mid-tier schools, there's going to be more outright upsets this year?
Yeah. One of the things I've been asked the most this summer is 2021 was wild. We had all this churn. A lot of people, myself included, think it was the craziest college football year we've had since 2007. And 2007 is its own universe. But a lot of the suggestion in the way people have asked me is, okay, but don't we return to normal in 2022? I don't know that we return to normal at all because of what you just said. And I think it disproportionately bleeds down to the second and third tiers of the sport. See, Alabama's roster, Georgia's roster, they may not have a whole lot of COVID impact because, guys that were going to be around for a long time with them, they either started and then went pro or they probably already transferred out. But when you look at the rosters they transferred to and you start to look at some of the teams we're talking about right now, you got some guys that in any other era would already be done and selling insurance somewhere, and they're still playing college football, and it makes a difference. You got 18-year-olds against 24-year-olds in some cases, and it makes a big difference. And we're not talking about a season. These teams are not equipped to go wire to wire, but you're talking about a given Saturday. We're calling our tour this year the Every Given Saturday Tour because of the stat you just used, which I will shamelessly steal. Every Saturday, the whole double-digit upset thing, that's happening in our sport. And no, to answer your question, I don't think that's going to stop this year. There's what evidence does anyone have to back it up that we're all of a sudden back to normal?
Yeah, zero. One thing I do think is normal is the horseshoe on Saturday night. No, I think that game's going to look so much like Alabama Notre Dame BCS National Championship game down in Miami back in 2012, the Manti Te'o game. Manti's not playing in this one, but I think the gap between talent is that large. Do you disagree?
I don't think the gap is that large. There's a gap. The gap between 2012 Bama and Notre Dame was the impetus for trying to build a different kind of roster. And Brian Kelly did a good job of it. If you go back and track their last few recruiting classes, they upped their game. Notre Dame upped their game, not only in eval and development, but they just recruited a different kind of athlete. They used to just load up on big bodies. They understood that we got to get better on the perimeter. We got to get more dynamic in the backfield. And they did that. The reason why I cannot pull the whole Notre Dame upset trigger is because you're wish casting at that point. James Spann, and you're very market there, uses the phrase all the time, and I use it in college football all the time. If you want it to snow in Homewood, Alabama, that's one thing. But you can't just be taking one round of model output and ignoring 99 other rounds because that one little line there says, hey, it could snow 14 days from now. Yeah, Notre Dame could beat Ohio State, but for every one reason someone has there, which probably involves injury or turnover luck that you can't forecast, I got like 47 reasons why Ohio State should win it. But what's the worst pit of hell that we could enter ourselves into is if Notre Dame loses the game but loses close. Because then I have to listen to people say Notre Dame's overrated. They lost another game against a big opponent. But Ohio State's also trash because they should have covered and won with ease. And in reality, all we will have seen is a week one college football game.
All right, Ramen Noodle Express. What are we calling the tour this year? Give it to me again.
Any given Saturday.
There are a lot of things for you to remember, Brownie. Every given Saturday tour, and Ramen Noodle Express just funds the whole thing, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. Every given Saturday tour. That's on me, Josh. My apologies on that. You get all of that on Late Kick with Josh Pate, at Late Kick Josh on Twitter. You do with him what we ask you to do with us. Subscribe to his YouTube channel, click that thumbs up, tell everybody about it, and support his show because he is phenomenal at what he does. Thank you, Josh. Enjoy the first week.
I appreciate it, guys. I'll see you next week.
All right, buddy. Take care. Josh Pate with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, tipping his hand that he might be on with us once a week.
Did he just say that?
Ooh. Don't mind that at all.
I'm saying. I mean, he's on the Mount Rushmore conversation.
But how about some of the local flavor he gives? A little James Spann, a little Homewood.
Josh knows what he's doing. Yeah, he knows how the game's played.
He's really, really good. And I admit that I have subscribed to Late Kick and have hit his thumbs up.
I love his show. He does a phenomenal job.
Well, he really does. He also felt dirty that you've got a tease out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he does not like teasers. Most people don't. We do love Adam Mestre, though, right, Rockstar?
He's a good tease.
No.
Of all the almost 4,000 agents, hold on, in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. He's a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make teasing and house calls.
Goose in the chat, because as I mentioned, the conversation is broken out about the Mount Rushmore of next round guest, and I've enjoyed reading it. Goose says this, and I love it when our people get our show. They have a knack at finding guests that match their energy. Nobody takes themselves too seriously. They're willing to joke around even at their own expense. That's a good guest.
Yep.
Kind of what we aim for. I mean, we don't get it 100% of the time.
You saw it with Klatt. He did Klatt monkey imitation earlier. You saw it with Josh right there. He pulled his hoodie up right there.
I mean, we do not take ourselves seriously. I think everybody has realized that. We try to find the guests that are that way, that are willing to have a little fun with
Josh showed us his back seat one time.
He did.
Done away request.
Josh is as high on that list as it can come, a guy that doesn't take himself too seriously.
But don't get lost in our good times and joy. You get amazing football knowledge from the show.
That's what makes Klatt and Josh good at what they do. I mean, Klatt educated us today while also having fun.
Yeah, Luke and Bill was showing his toys yesterday.
That's right. That's right. I mean, if we sit here and try to
must-see TV there.
Maybe
he was in a different room.
Maybe he's a little context.
He didn't want to go to what is your book you read at the summer of 2015 or 14?
Butterfly Gap.
You mean 50 Shades of Grey?
Well, you've got 55 Shades of Grey.
Yes.
Yeah. But what is your room called?
5's not enough.
That's the reason you didn't want to
I've always got an opinion, Maggie. Maggie.
You didn't want to.
She's been out of town so long, I forget her name now.
You know, most people are like, I don't want to go to the townhome. I don't want to downsize because I don't want to lose my basement. You don't want to lose your, what kind of room is it
The red
called?
room.
The red room, yeah.
Dunaway, sometimes, Maggie's been out of town a while. Sometimes during rut, I'll go out in my yard and you can see where a deer scraped my trees.
Yep.
What do the trees look like in your neighborhood right now?
In the neighborhood?
Yeah.
Well, they've all got pee on it from walking my dogs all the time. I didn't know how much those little things, I mean, the dogs are this big, but they pee at every lamppost and tree.
You got to mark your territory.
I mean,
man.
it's got to, I mean, at some point,
it's not a full pee. It's just
at some point they're shooting blanks, though, right? They're just peeing air?
Yeah.
I mean, I never look at the post or the tree to inspect it, but it just, I mean, every one of them, I'm like, this walk takes forever, guys. If you wouldn't stop at every pole or tree, we could already be back in the house.
Could you imagine that somebody's the worst part of their day is walking their dog?
That's unbelievable.
I have not enjoyed it. I
haven't been able to tell you. You've been able to hold it.
He was cussing one of the dogs when I was on the phone with him, telling him meet me for cocktail.
Well, I'm walking two at one time. If it was one, it'd be different.
They weigh 3 pounds each.
Yeah, but one is Charlie Cockblocker.
Charlie CB.
He always has, he knows what he wants in life. He's out for a walk. He's going to stop and poop. He's going to pee at every post, but he's going to keep up a good pace. Angus, the younger one, I got one that's 30 feet ahead of me and one that's 30 feet behind me. So I'm like, the pacing is not the same.
Here's the easy.
I'm like, come on, dude.
I've got a solution for you. And this is because you like to, you don't really like to socialize. You like to people watch, though. There's a place downtown called Good Dog. And
right.
It's got a bar.
But I got little bitty dogs, and those are big dogs.
No, but you can, there's separate, divisions. If you don't want them to run with the pack, you can put them in a fenced-in area. And you can sit there and have a cocktail and watch them run.
Get their exercise. And just like you forgot your debit card. I forgot my dogs.
Oh, well,
I'll get
next week. They're a good dog.
Do they have a service that somebody would watch my dogs while I'm there?
It's like daycare.
Why don't you just, Maggie won't even notice when she gets home, just give them up. Just let somebody rescue the dogs.
The other people in my house love those dogs so much. And I love them.
The other people, there's nobody in your house.
Yeah, I love them too. I mean, I talk to them at night and pet them and hug them and squeeze them and love them. I just hate walking them. Feed them all the time. I have no problem feeding them, Rockstar. If they're hungry, feed them. Love them.
I have no problem feeding them if
well,
they're
that's
hungry.
good. Do they have water today?
No, I fill them up with water, gave them food this morning. I just hate walking them. Because you know what? I had a headache yesterday. I was a little dehydrated. Nobody gave me water, but they were ready for a walk, man. Let's go walk. Let's go. They're waiting on you every day when you come home wanting to play.
Real, man. I feel it.
I was like, dude, I just worked. I've been talking sports for 4 hours. I want to sit down for a second.
Break.
Like, sit down for a second.
Hit a golf ball, something.
Okay, Stan White's coming up.
My gosh, what a show. I am so fired up.
Stan White's about to talk Auburn football with us on the other side.
I'm giddy.
Zoom or phone?
Stan is phone.
Phone. We go old school phone with Stan White when we come back. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Crocker Moving. I got something to tell you about the pick 3 after I tell you about Crocker Moving.
Oh, my gosh.
Crocker Moving Services, the people we trust, and you should too, for all your residential and commercial moving. They will even pack for you. I love that. They probably would walk my dogs for me. That's how good Eric Crocker is. He's a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. CrockerMovingServices.com, a fantastic service. CrockerMovingServices.com. Eric's a Birmingham native, as I said. He puts his name on the company, the family name, Crocker Moving Services, and he expects his company to represent that family name. He's got friends that work for him as well. Eric and his operation manager, Drew, they have a combined moving experience of 35 years. Drew was Eric's crew leader back when Eric got into the moving industry. And they use only made in the USA equipment, made in the USA supplies whenever possible. Crocker Moving Services, they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States, around the block or anywhere for your commercial and residential needs. Veteran owned and veteran operated when possible. CrockerMovingServices.com, CrockerMovingServices.com. Pick 3 is up for you right now at nextroundlive.com if you want to go ahead and start making your picks there. Nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. The pick 3 is there, brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings, B-Dubs. Pick 3 is there. You'll notice a little different this year. Different pods. You got 18 different combinations. Well, you got 6 different combinations of games to choose from. 18 games involved. A little more variety in the pick 3, and Rockstar Song back this year. So we get all that with the pick 3 live for you right now at nextroundlive.com. Stan White live next.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Guys, let's talk about the new season. Dove season is here, and the team at Nichols Outfitters is ready to get you ready for the hunt. 12, 20, and 28 gauge shotgun shells are in stock, and all the brands that you trust. Demand is at an all-time high, so we encourage you to drop by soon to stock up for the season. And of course, while you're there, check out our amazing selection of the finest shotguns in one of Alabama's largest showrooms. The staff is excited to be back out on the hunt, so drop by soon. Nichols Outfitters, off exit 242 in Pelham, or online at nicholsoutfitters.com.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490, stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119, and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world, and try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch.
St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Next Round rolls on. By the way, before the show started, Russell Wilson was breaking news. Got a 5-year, $245 million contract. 7 years. I mean, I thought Russell Wilson was 1 foot in the grave in the NFL.
Well, he's 33, which, you know, he's like, I mean, he does seem a lot older than 33 because he's been around so long. I mean, going from NC State to Wisconsin, the years in Seattle, multiple Super Bowls, now this trade. But the contract only takes him to 40.
I thought this was going to be like one of those 2-year rental deals, basically.
Yeah, $245 million. That's a lot of money. You don't need that kind of money to get the best clothes to wear the game day. Like if you're heading to Protective tonight, you want to be in green and gold, or down to Bryant-Denny, or, of course, Jordan Hare. We're about to talk about the Auburn game with Stan. The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. The Pants Store has 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com no matter where you watch us. Pantsstore.com. Follow them on social media at the Pants Store there. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, they have specific clothing designed specifically for the woman in your life. The Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover, and one right there in Auburn, Alabama.
It's always good to hear the voice of Stan White because it means we're doing football shows. Stan, the former Auburn quarterback, now analyst on the Auburn Sports Network, is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Stan?
Good morning, guys. Did I hear that correctly? $250 million contract for Russell Wilson?
You did. As a guy who loves to invest financially, Stan, what could you do with $245 million right now?
Well, I started making that. It'd take me a little while to make that list, but
hey, only 165 is guaranteed, though, Stan.
Well, exactly. You know, I can tell you what I wouldn't be doing. I wouldn't be going to work.
You wouldn't be on this show.
I would. You know what? I would screen your calls.
Oh, Stan.
Not going to answer that one.
Oh, Stan. I think if you were making $165 million, you'd come sit in with us. You'd have nothing else to do. You'd be bored. You'd be bored.
I probably would. I would be, as George Costanza would say, ensconced in velvet.
Ensconced in velvet.
Okay, Stan, you are a straight shooter. So now that TJ Finley is the starting quarterback, if I would have taken you back a couple of months ago before fall camp, does this surprise you at all?
No, yes and no, and I'm not evading the question or anything, but I think a lot of people thought because Calzada actually had the most experience of all of them, even though he came in from an injury he sustained in the Auburn game last year, that a lot of people were tabbing him because he had the big win over Alabama, that he was potentially going to be that guy. And, you know, let's face it, when you bring in a couple of guys from a transfer portal that have experience, albeit Ashford not as much experience in playing, you automatically assume that they're looking for someone else. But, you know, what I do is I give credit to a TJ Finley because obviously in this day and age, with guys being able to transfer in and play and be eligible right immediately, you can take that in a few different ways. And what he did, he took it as a challenge to get better for himself. And that's what I have seen and heard from other people is that this guy just took his game to the next level. And sometimes the competition brings out the best, sometimes it doesn't, and it has in this case. So, I applaud him for stepping up and embracing the competition, because if he took it another way, some people could get angry and upset that you don't trust him. Well, he didn't have that persona, and he took it as a challenge, and he stepped up to that challenge, and that's what you hear Brian Harsin talk about is being tough and accepting the challenge, and he did just that.
Okay, so to be successful at quarterback, you cannot be successful if you don't have quality offensive line play and quality people out on the edges to catch the ball. So what are you hearing first about the O-line, and then tell me what about the receivers? Where are we on the people around TJ?
Well, they lost Brahms, obviously, this week, or earlier this week, due to just his career. I mean, he'd been around for a long time. He'd gone through multiple knee surgeries and knee injuries, and that's unfortunate what football can do to your body sometimes. So they've got to fill in that hole, and obviously he is at that center position that's huge for them. Some guys, but they do have a lot of guys back. You got guys like Council, you got Gere, Tate Johnson stepping in at that center position, Keandre Jones, Troxel. I mean, those guys have a lot of extensive playing time, so that's going to help. Some guys on the outside, they've got Shed Jackson back. That guy's been there since Bo Jackson, I think, got out. I mean, he's been there for 12 years, I believe. But so they've got a lot of guys out there. Now it's just time for their game to step up. Some new guys that I'm anxious to see a little bit. Of course, Landon King is not new. He came on last year, and he's kind of moved out to that wide receiver position, a big guy, 6'5", 215-pounder. And then Camden Brown has gotten some talk as well. Now, there's a lot of depth at that position, but they just need some guys to step up and make plays when it's time. And, of course, we all hear about Tank Bigsby and Jarquez, and they've got to be able to run the ball. And that's what Harson's offense is predicated upon, is run, play action, pass, and then take the shot. So, the guys around TJ Finley, to make him successful, they've got to step up and be that consistent playmaker that they need to be.
Stan White with us, Auburn Sports Network is where you hear the game against Mercer coming up this Saturday, 6 o'clock kick, 3 o'clock airtime. Stan with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Brian Harsin said Eric Kiesau, the offensive coordinator, will be calling plays, but he doesn't know. And Kiesau apparently, as of, I think this was Tuesday when he said this, hadn't decided, Stan, if he was going to do on the field or in the booth. Every quarterback's different. I don't know what TJ Finley would feel, but as a guy that did it probably both ways, if I had to guess, which one did you prefer?
That's a good question. Early on in my career at Auburn, Larry Blakeney was probably the most experienced play caller we had. Now, Pat Sullivan was my quarterback coach, and he obviously went on to call plays and be a head coach. But when I was there, Larry Blakeney had been a coach for many, many years, and he was in the booth calling the plays. Pat Sullivan was on the field kind of signaling in. When Terry Bowden came, of course, he was the head coach. He was obviously on the field. Tommy Bowden was in the booth. Jimbo Fisher was my quarterback coach. He was also in the booth. So I think it's really got to be a comfort level for whatever the coach wants and feels he can do, not as much of the player. So if a play caller sees the field better from up high, then let him go. If he would rather be in the face of the quarterback and be able to see the demeanor and so forth, then typically you may stay. Usually, and I'm saying in general, typically your offensive line coach is going to be on the ground. He's going to be on the sideline typically, and it depends on how they want to do that. So I don't really think it matters, honestly, this day and age. I think it's a preference for the coach as much as anything.
Well, the good news is Kiesau's got a guy in Tank Bigsby in that backfield. What's a fair number of touches he should get every game?
Oh, wow. Non-conference or conference?
You went bubble wrap him this Saturday is what you did, right?
Well,
Save him for later.
I think the most touches he got last year was against Alabama. I think he had 30 touches in that game.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. I mean, I go back. Many coaches have said this, but I think Coach Stallings at Alabama maybe became the most famous for it. Was like, hey, you go out there and you lose a game you're not supposed to lose, and you wait and you'll hear about it. So non-conference games, you got to win those. Especially with playing in the SEC West. I mean, heck it. So you don't want to bubble wrap a guy, especially one of your main weapons, and possibility with the possibility of that costing you a game as well. So he's got to get his touches in. To answer your question on it, I think that he can be a weapon out of the backfield as much as he can running the ball. I think they will utilize him in that respect a little bit more. I wouldn't put it past maybe a number of 20, roughly. And some games it may be 30, some games it may be 16, 15. But I think in that 2022 range is where Tank Bigsby has got to be carrying the ball, touching the ball, whether it be receiving in the backfield or whatever, 20, 25 times.
With what that defense did to Alabama and then to a really good Houston offense in the bowl game, there's got to be some momentum. Do you think that defense has the potential, that front seven, to be as disruptive? I'm not really worried about the secondary. That front seven, you think they have the chance to be as disruptive as they were late last year?
Yeah, I do. And, I was looking at the depth chart, and, of course, you got guys that you'll recognize, Derek Hall, Marcus Harris, Colby Wooden, Ike Eliota. I mean, these guys have been around. They've played a lot of ball. The one name that I'm anxious to see is the guy that transferred from Oregon, Jason Jones. He's a Calera native, and he's big, 6'5", 6'6", 325 pounds, but obviously just kind of a hole filler, a run stopper, just a big behemoth. And he's that new face that I want to see, what kind of presence he has. You've heard a lot of those I just named. Those are guys who've been around for a couple of years. A guy that's getting back, and he's really going to be vital, is Owen Papo. This is a guy that played as a true freshman on a top 10 ranked defense, and he was hurt most of the year last year. Penn State game on, just couldn't get back that form because of the injury. So by all respects, he seems like he's 100% healthy. And of course, you got Pritchett and Kaufman and Jalen Simpson, Zion Puckett. I mean, those guys have played a lot of ball.
All right. I'm sorry, Stan.
So anyway, I'm anxious to see what this defense can do. They got a lot of experience over there. They just got to cause some havoc.
Hey, so in our chat, Gary says, how you feeling about Fairfield, Stan?
Big region game tomorrow night.
Region already in week 2, huh?
Yeah.
Week 3.
Week three.
Excuse me.
It's at Pat Sullivan Field at John Kell High School, Lakeshore. Big game. First region game of the season, Fairfield. So we're excited about it. Hopefully we get a big turnout, and hopefully we can go out there and compete for 2.5 hours and see if we can come away with a win. This is huge for us. We got 3 straight region games in a row.
Oh, well, hey, don't win that first one. You'll hear about it. That's what you just said, Stan.
So basically the region will be decided for you guys in September. That's a big run.
Well, hey, believe me, we already know that. We're in a region where Pleasant Grove has played 3 straight state championships. Of course, Ramsey's always good. So we got them later in the season. So these first 3 are huge for us.
Well, fantastic. So everybody go support John Carroll out there at Pat Sullivan Field. Stan helping those guys out there and trying to help that quarterback play like he's always done. Stan, thank you for the time. Always great talking with you, man. We appreciate it.
Hey, my pleasure, guys. Y'all take care. Stay safe, and I'll see you next week.
All right, buddy. Take care. Stan with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Auburn Sports Network. 3 o'clock airtime, 6 o'clock kick for Auburn and Mercer.
And the part of the show today being brought to you by our great friends at Wayne's, getting you ready to secure that home. Play good defense against the pests.
That's right. You do not want a rodent infestation. Wayne's helps you prevent that with Smart Pest. Here's how it works. 24/7 rodent monitoring in your attics and your crawl spaces to monitor for those rodents. The minute one is spotted, they communicate proactively to Wayne's, who comes out and exterminates the situation. You do not get an infestation. All you do is call 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES, and the number 1. You get $100 off your initial Smart Pest service by using the code TNR for the next round. 866-WAYNES-1. Use the code TNR for the next round. Save $100 off your initial Smart Pest service when you call Wayne's.
Rockstar, can you pull up nextroundlive.com and click on the pick 3? It's a little different this year, but we want to explain it to you, but we'll explain it on the website for you as well. We wanted to give you more options instead of just 6 games to pick from. So we're putting them in pods, 6 different pods on the website. And you go there on the pick 3 brought to you by B-Dubs, and you scroll down, you enter your information, and then we'll get to right there. Select a group of games that you want to do there. Select a group of games that you want to do. And you select each one of those pods there, whether you want to go Utah, Florida, Army. You find a pod you think, okay, I know these 3 games. And you click on one of those, and then that will take you to make the pick in the games on the next page. So you got to pick which pod you want to choose from. For instance, if I think I've got a good feel, like LT does, of the Houston UTS game, Georgia State, South Carolina, NC State, East Carolina, I click on that, and then down below, I make the pick on the games right there. I then choose, I'll take UTSA, I'll take South Carolina, and I'll take NC State, and that's where I'll submit.
That's the only pod you pick.
Yeah, you can only pick one pod.
Yeah, you got one pod to pick in.
And then you pick those 3 games. You got to have a pod to pick in, and you only have one.
That's right. One pod to pick in our game.
That's how we do it right there. NextRoundLive.com. Give you a chance to choose from a different variety of games today. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at NASCAR. We're getting ready for racing coming to Talladega. And if you're at Bryant-Denny tomorrow, you'll see this was announced back on August 23rd. Alabama and NASCAR have teamed up for a nice NIL deal, and you will see NASCAR right there in Bryant-Denny Stadium.
Well, you can see it right there at the Talladega Superspeedway by going to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA. The Yellowwood 500 weekend starts Friday, September 30. It goes through Sunday, October 2nd, capping off with that always exciting Yellowwood 500. Listen, it's a crucial middle race for the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs in the round of 12 there. You can secure your ticket, your infield spot, your experience, your garage, all that by going to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Not too late to enhance your weekend by adding the Talladega Garage Experience Pass. It includes pre-race ceremonies, access to the garage bay viewing areas, driver and crew chief Q&A sessions, the Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane trophy photo, kids zone free Wi-Fi, value price concessions, and much more. It's the most immersive in NASCAR. See more and buy tickets, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Back with you on the next round. Anthony writes in, just wondering why you guys, as an Alabama media outlet, would not put both Alabama and Auburn in the pick 3 for this upcoming week.
That's a good question.
Well, Auburn doesn't have a line. We could have put a line on it and came up with one. And Alabama's 41.5, 42, 42.5. We're just trying to make it a little bit more interesting competitively. And to me, when you do 42.5, it doesn't seem like a fun game to pick to me. You?
No, not really. I mean, look, a lot of people are going to play this game. You heard Furman yesterday say, lay it or don't play it.
Right.
And I think a lot of Alabama fans, they enjoy playing their team.
Yeah, but Alabama's in it, right?
Yeah, totally under. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, they are.
They're there.
Part 2, Oregon, Georgia, Utah State, Alabama, Troy, Ole Miss.
Yeah, I thought I put Alabama.
What are
in
our
there.
regions, by the way?
I don't think we put a pod name on it. I had suggested going by our names, like the Taylor pod or whatever. But with 6 different pods you can choose from right there at the pick 3. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. They bring you the viewing menu every day.
Yeah, and our friend Daniel A. Moore, he's got a new print up and really excited about this. I mean, for 40 years, bringing you great work, but they're pleased to announce The Legacy Begins. This watercolor painting pays homage to Alabama's first national championship back in 1925, played against the Washington Huskies at the storied Rose Bowl in Pasadena. Legacy Begins being offered in multiple formats. Go to danielmooreart.com for more information and to order today.
6 p.m. on Showtime, you got a triple header. You have all 3 original Karate Kid movies because next Friday, I believe, is season 5 of Cobra Kai.
It is. You know, when we were talking to Amber, who came up to do some voice work for us yesterday, and her 9-year-old has watched all the Karate Kids, but he has not seen Cobra Kai. And I said, it's a little more edgy, but he can handle it.
Can I make what's probably going to be a bad admission with this group is
seen any of them.
Song I really, really like more than I should is
Peter Cetera?
That Peter Cetera song they did for Karate Kid 2.
Yeah.
What's the name of it?
I'm a man who will fight for your honor.
Yeah, I'm a man that will fight for your honor.
Glory of Love?
The Glory of Love. That was it, yeah.
It was so funny because I was, me and Mick Gillespie, who will be on the Players Club with us in a little bit, we were driving somewhere on Sunday, and I was riding with him. Shocker, I wasn't driving. And Peter Cetera came on. He kind of turned it up.
I like Peter Cetera.
Kind of get the your reaction.
Subtly, like I don't want to.
Peter Cetera, though, man, that guy had a killer voice.
No doubt.
He
like
left Chicago.
I liked some of Chicago stuff. I hated some of their stuff, but like with Peter Cetera, I'd like to see Chicago in concert.
Yeah, a lot of instrumental stuff.
A lot of horns.
Instrumental,
yeah,
but
a lot of brass.
A lot of music part I didn't like.
Larry David's ex saw him, right?
Cheryl?
No, you remember in Clear History?
I still haven't seen Clear History.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Power of Love, power ballad or not?
Yes.
Glory of Love is a power ballad, yeah.
Power of Love is
No,
Huey
Power of
Lewis.
Love is not a ballad.
No,
Excuse me,
Glory of Love.
Glory,
Yes,
the one we're
yes,
talking about.
yes,
yeah.
yes.
Glory of Love, power ballad, yes.
Then 10:15 on Stars, you got the classic Dazed and Confused.
Oh,
And
so
then
good.
on Hulu, one of my guilty pleasures from 1996, before Dunaway took his hiatus, Multiplicity, directed by Harold Ramis.
I've never seen it.
It's a good, bad movie.
Yeah.
It's really funny.
It's something Maggie doesn't want, right?
She does not want that. But Paul Rudd, is that right, did a spin-off of that, a Netflix
he did
series?
yeah.
And that got a little dark.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
that
didn't
was,
see any of
it was
those.
weird.
Yeah.
All right, that's what Rockstar's watching today, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. And the show also, in part today, being brought to you by the great folks at Nichols Outfitters. Hunting season cranking up this weekend.
I saw somebody on Twitter this morning, Twitter photo. I think it was Bunky Perkins, was out in the field dove hunting. So I guess it did start today. Listen, man, dove season must be here. And the team at Nichols Outfitters, they've been hard at work getting your supplies for the season in stock. 12, 20, and 28 gauge shotgun shells are in stock. We were told in the chat room, depends on which state it does start today. You need to hurry as demand is high as dove season is opening everywhere for those shotgun shells. Get set for this dove season with the guys who know the outdoors. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 I-65 in Pelham, or online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Paul says, is that the same Mick Gillespie who did minor league baseball? Yes, it is, right?
Still does minor league baseball.
Yeah, so he'll be with us on the Players Club, which is a specialty show you can get on all of our platforms. We always remind you to set your alerts on all your platforms so you can know when we have new content going out, like a Mystery Fifth Hour or whatever, Drinks with Dunaway, whatever we're sending out. Make sure you got the alert set. Thumbs up, like, subscribe everywhere. You can do that. We'll record a Players Club today after the show with Mick Gillespie and LT. I'll be hosting, just getting it back and forth between the two of them. They'll be talking football, and that'll be going out later tonight. So we look forward to that throughout the season. Patrick loves Dazed and Confused. So good. And Smuth says, has anybody checked out the new Steve Carell FX Hulu show, The Patient, yet? Scary looking stuff when I see a chain dragging across the floor.
Is Carell the one that's chained?
I can't tell if he's the patient or the doctor. I still haven't seen a trailer for it. I just put it on the view menu. I think it premiered last week, the first episode.
Yeah, so it's out there, and all I've seen in the tease is, him sitting in a darkened room, and I can't tell whether he's the doctor or a patient. And then later it cuts and there's a chain being, you can tell somebody's chained up, and some moaning and stuff going on in the background. Yuck.
Okay, Lunsford has confirmed it is Steve Carell is the therapist.
But is he the one chained, or is the patient who's chaining him up?
Lunsford, hot mic, go for it.
I don't know. Donald Gleason is the serial killer / patient of his.
Okay.
And so I would assume Steve Carell's the one that's chained up.
One thing I've never done in my life, I've never been chained. I don't know about your red room.
That's an upset.
Yeah. I've never been tied up ever.
That is an upset.
Yeah.
I ask repeatedly.
No, I got.
I would hate to be tied up during
One
this.
time there was a girl who had instruments beside her bed, and
oh my God!
Oh wow!
wanted to tie.
Is that a cello?
wanted to tie me up, and I was like, that ain't happening. Because I don't know what happens after I'm tied up.
You lose your wallet.
You lose control.
Yeah, that was back when the urban legend was going on that people were cutting out kidneys and putting them on ice and leaving you in a bathtub.
Well, did she look intimidating? Was she Kathy Bates in Misery?
No, I mean I really wanted to date her for a long time, but that was a different league for me.
My favorite part of that urban legend of cutting out their kidneys and leaving them in the ice tub is all right, we're going to cut their kidneys out, but let's make sure they survive so they could be witnesses of who actually cut their kidneys out. I mean, that never made any sense to me.
You wake up on ice, but your organs are gone.
I remember I was with Dunaway.
Yeah, they only cut one kidney out, right? They wanted you to survive. That was the urban legend.
I want to see some good urban legends in the chat room, because I remember one was, somebody had sex with somebody, and then when they woke up in the hotel room and went to the bathroom, in lipstick they had written, "Welcome to the wonderful world of AIDS."
Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah.
That was an urban legend.
It's a bit of a dark one.
Well, what, you think getting the organs cut out and waking up on a bed of ice isn't?
Top of the hour, halfway through the show. When we come back, we'll get back to college football. A lot to get to, including one team who is about to play the biggest game in school history. Is that true?
That's what somebody says.
All right, that's coming up. The show is being brought to you by our friends at Odie's, where last night a possible record crowd showed up.
Well, it wasn't a record crowd, but there was a lot of people out there. I think we had 21 different teams for Odie's Team Trivia. It's a ton of fun. Make sure you come out. A lot of energy. Great place to watch college football as well. Always Braves fans there watching Braves games. Sit back, enjoy some of the great food. Brett from New Mexico was out with his wife, Chrissy. He was sporting the next round gear. He had a Diablo sandwich. Great food. Diablo sandwiches, the hamburgers, the delicious award-winning wings. Stop in, see Will Haver and that great staff. It's a Birmingham institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Greg from Storm Restoration Roofing wanted to make sure that I wasn't going straight to the Storm Restoration Roofing ad after the being tied up segment. For the record, I wasn't tied up. I declined the option of tied up. But if I had been tied up, Greg, and had been transitioning to Storm Restoration Roofing, I would have transitioned like this. Speaking of being tied up, you always want to be secured with some tether, some security ropes and stuff when you're on top of the roof.
That's right. That's
Nobody uses a rope better on a roof than Greg Nelson from Storm Restoration Roofing. That's what I would have done, Greg, if I had been transitioning from that into the Storm Restoration Roofing ad today. But that was not happening. We're going to let it settle down a bit before we get to that. Halfway through the show, we got phone calls coming up, 205-734-0923. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up button if you're watching us. And if you're watching us and you hadn't subscribed yet, just go subscribe. It is absolutely free, and it helps us out a little bit too. And
set alerts.
Yeah, keeps you informed when we have new content.
Yeah, when you set alerts, you obviously get the alert that we're live for this show or the other stuff that we'll just randomly do, like there's something special coming up next week we have never done. We're doing it next week.
Do I even know about this?
Yes, you do.
Champy's Chicken. Go ahead. What'd you say?
So do I know about it?
Yes, everybody knows about it. It was in the meeting the other day.
I don't know about it.
My gosh, guys. We discussed it, and we literally discussed it. Next week. Next Tuesday night.
Oh,
we got freaking food coming.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I needed was one little hint.
Speaking of which, I need to know what Champy's Chicken is going to bring Tuesday night. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew open for lunch right now. You can swing by there. And perfect for your tailgate. A lot of home games this weekend. Home game tonight at UAB if you want to get some food to take down to the tailgate. That opens at 1 o'clock, by the way. And you can tailgate for 6 full hours before the 7 o'clock kickoff. You can do that at champyschicken.com. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Great menu. Check it out online. I always recommend the Mississippi Delta tamales. That recipe is so good. But chicken fingers, the best in the world. Check it out right there. champyschicken.com. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Couple of headlines before we get to the phones. Presidents and chancellors who control the College Football Playoff Committee. That's the Notre Dame chancellor. And then basically the 10 representatives from all the conferences will meet remotely on Friday. Everything is moving positively, okay, towards college football expansion.
Playoff expansion.
Playoff expansion, right. 12 teams is what we're looking at. They're still working through the details. But at the same time, Dennis Dodd is reporting their active discussion, Oklahoma and Texas, on leaving the Big 12 early for the SEC. One of my 3 guarantees is that somewhere during the season it would be announced that Oklahoma and Texas would be in the SEC starting next year. I believe that's going to happen. What if, with all the changing landscape, you're setting down right now to talk about expanding the playoffs and having some automatic qualifiers that if you're the SEC, you say, okay, we will let the Big 12 have an automatic bid, which guarantees them surviving. But here's the caveat. You've got to let Oklahoma and Texas out without payment.
So if I'm Greg Sankey, I go to the Yormark guy, and I'm like, all right, time to cut a deal.
Yep.
I will go to bat for you.
That's right. And I've got the biggest stick up here.
Yes. I swing the biggest stick. Yes, me and my boy up in the
Kevin Warren.
My Kevin Warren guy. We'll go to bat for you. It'll be like your SEC junior if.
Yep.
I like that, but if the Big 12 does capture Utah, Colorado, Arizona, Arizona State.
It means nothing if they don't have
still
an
going to be guaranteed a seat with a 12-team playoff.
I think they would, Jim.
You want an automatic qualifier. You've got to have an automatic qualifier.
That's what I'm saying. They will be one of the automatic qualifiers.
But the problem is, as these talks are going on, they don't have those teams secured. So that's where Sankey could come in and say, all right, you're fighting for survival. Here's my deal with you. You don't have your teams yet. You're trying to get them. I'm going to go.
I think it's a good deal. I mean, look, it's inevitable that Texas and Oklahoma are leaving anyway, and it's almost like an awkward situation the more this thing gets drawn out. So I think it's a win-win if you do it like this, and this is going to happen. I mean, this 4 years of a 14 playoff is not the 4-year contract is not going to stay in place. We are going to shorten this. I think by 2024. We will have a 12-team playoff.
And Washington's meeting today with the Big Ten. Oregon did it last week as they continue to look at possible expansion. That's the landscape. But games are going tonight, a whole list of games, some of the biggest ones. Lance will have a lock later on. We'll have that on the air. But some of the biggest ones tonight, West Virginia and Pitt go at 6 o'clock on ESPN. We talked earlier with Joel Klatt. That's podcasted for you on all of our website and YouTube channels. Penn State and Purdue tonight, 7 o'clock on Fox. Main Fox tonight. UAB goes at home tonight on the CBS Sports Network, but over 30,000 tickets have been sold. Looking for a great crowd down there. UAB and Alabama A&M. And you have SEC play starting tonight. Ball State and Tennessee, 6 o'clock on the SEC Network. Louisiana Tech and Missouri, 7 o'clock on ESPNU. All right, before we get to the phones, part of our show today being brought to you by our friends right there at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City. Mentioned him earlier. If you're looking for that free no-cost roof inspection, Greg Nelson is the guy to do it for you. Greg can get it done. He gets it done at a great price. But if you just want that roof inspected to find out if you need any roof work done, you call Greg Nelson at this number, 205-542-3531. What that's going to do is going to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free no-cost inspection. It's 205-542-3531, or just look him up, Greg from Pell City on Facebook. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. He and his wife own the company, locally owned for over 20 years. They offer what is considered to be the best warranties in the industry, and insurance companies trust and love them. It is Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531 for that free no-cost inspection. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Jeff in Anniston, he's next with us. Hey, Jeff, how you doing?
Hey, Merry Christmas, man.
It is. I feel like it, man. Hey, I woke up this morning so fired up and just started thinking about the games I'm going to watch tonight. And then I had to walk my youngest to the bus stop down on the corner. And I walked outside, and it freaking felt like a fall morning this morning. Oh, so good, Jeff.
I've been waiting for tonight all summer. I mean, getting a little tingly thinking about it. My big butt in the recliner with a cold beer in hand, soul of the nation speech on the tube. Oh, can't wait.
Oh, me neither.
Okay, big butt. He just described himself as a big butt as we try to figure out what Jeff Madison looks like. Big butt.
That narrows it down.
So right now you're the Eddie Murphy.
80% of the population.
Right now you're the Eddie Murphy character to me that had the big
Nutty Professor.
You nailed me.
Yeah.
LT, I know you love Jaws, and you probably know this, but you know that kid that one of the two brothers with the fake fin out there, and they're holding the gun, and he says he made me do it.
Yep.
You know he's the police chief of that town now.
I did hear that. I heard that a couple of years ago. It's pretty amazing. But, you know, they used a lot of locals up there. Obviously, Spielberg. I mean, they were on a limited budget in 75.
They said Dreyfuss had a very good time while he was there on the island.
You know, he's one of those guys. You know, you look back, Richard Dreyfuss in that movie was probably in his late 20s, and he looked 50.
Yeah, he didn't change over the years.
He was in his late 20s?
Well, he's probably early 30s. Probably.
It was one of his first major. Well, it was his first major role, I believe.
Yeah, it was, and then Close Encounters was right after that in 77. Right. I would think he's probably mid 30s because he's close to 80 now. I would say Richard Dreyfuss is 80 years old.
He is 74.
Okay. Oh. Well, then I was in his 20s.
Right? Yeah. They said, there was much cocaine ingested on the set. I mean, after the shooting was done.
I bet Robert Shaw went pretty hard too.
Oh, he liked the I think he liked the brown water.
Yeah, I heard Roy Schneider just loved to lay out in the sun because, they filmed part of Jaws 2 in Navarro Beach at that Holiday Dome. Right. And they said that him and his wife laid out all the time. And I think ultimately, he died from melanoma.
Really? Yeah. Wow. And how much money in the movie Roadhouse, how much money do you think that old man sank in that apartment above the barn? I mean, he had to have $80,000 in that thing anyway. And then he rented it out for $100 a month.
Yeah, I mean, $100 a month. You're right. That's a good deal for Swayze.
All right. Liv Tyler in her prime or Kate Beckinsale?
Beckinsale, not even close.
Beckinsale. Kate Beckinsale.
Never been a big Liv. I mean, Liv Tyler, okay. She's never been a huge Liv Tyler.
Lord of the Rings.
She could bob for 2 apples at the same time.
Well, that helps.
Who was her Ben Affleck? That helps.
Yeah, the animal cracker scene.
Yeah, no, Ben Affleck, that was her love interest in Armageddon,
right?
I
remember the animal cracker scene. Dunaway loved it.
Yeah, it did.
And just off 10 here, I saw Desmond Howard on an episode of Everybody Loves Raymond a couple nights ago from 1997. Yeah.
Des was on Everybody Loves Raymond? I don't remember that.
As a Packer?
He was like in the first 2 minutes, when they do that little skit there at the beginning.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he had the old tight cut rocking back then. And I think on Dunaway's schedule, the purple for the good games should shade the teams, and the purple for the Friday games should be over the time, or maybe use 2 different colors.
Yeah.
I was thinking, at first I was thinking, damn, there's a lot of good games going on, and they were all on Friday night.
No, I looked and I was like, Dunaway thinks Western Michigan State's a good game? I mean, what the crap?
Yeah, we don't have that problem once we get past this opening week.
Rockstar is this sheet been torn apart more.
Destroyed.
Yeah. I used to look forward to doing it every Sunday, and now I don't even want to do it anymore.
I do appreciate it, though. I really do.
It doesn't sound like anybody does, to be honest
Just use maybe a little red and green if you have to, or something like that.
If you get everybody have their own little tweak, I think we'd have the perfect thing.
Look,
everybody gets their own tweak.
This is a rough day. I'm gonna take up for my boy right here. Okay, I love Dunaway like a brother. So first of all, he's getting beat up for not putting Auburn in the pick 3. Now he's getting beat up in the chat room for not wearing his UAB shirt.
Well,
like he
officially, there's not a number.
I know. I'm just saying he's getting beat up for him.
There's no number, and wearing my UAB T-shirt today took a twist because we have cameras up here today, local magazine shoots.
There are good reasons for all of this. Yes. I'm just saying Jim's getting beat up a little bit.
That's fine. Beat me up. I can take it.
I do really appreciate you doing that every week, though.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm calling bullshit, but go ahead.
Hey, by the way, last night, real quick, at Odie's Team Trivia, Shit Titty Damn was a team name.
Oh, wow.
That's great,
You're
man.
making your mark.
That's excellent. Well, I'm not going to say it. Let me ask you, why do y'all think Tennessee has such a good chance to beat Bama but not Texas? Because
where it comes on the schedule.
That's what I was going to ask you.
Last year, look at Ole Miss last year. Everybody in America, all week long, Ole Miss, some people were saying Ole Miss will upset Alabama this week at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Ole Miss will upset Alabama at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Alabama motorboated them, boat raced it, however you want to say it. Beat them from the get-go. Grab your popcorn, didn't matter. Alabama beat them. Next week on the road at Texas A&M, quality environment, Alabama gets upset. This year, everyone's already pointing to October 8th. October 8th, Texas A&M. Jimbo said this. Nick said this. Alabama will kill them. Will not be close. It'll be an annihilation. Next week on the road at Neyland Stadium, Tennessee. Tough game for Alabama there. To come down from all that, great day, go on the road in what will be the biggest game Tennessee's played in a decade.
So it's solely for the schedule for all of y'all.
Yeah.
Why you think?
No, I don't think Tennessee's beating Alabama. Let me just say
that.
I
knew you were the same.
No. And right now, this is an early. I mean, it depends on how this plays out. Brown brought this up weeks ago. If Tennessee's undefeated, they're not beating Alabama.
Yeah, I think it's worse for them if they're undefeated.
Yeah, and I don't think they're beating them either. I'm just saying that's a tough spot. Just look traditionally when there are upsets, what has happened around them. I mean, Johnny Manziel, for instance, Alabama in Baton Rouge the week before, that great screen pass to T.J. Yeldon that saves the day in Baton Rouge. Next week, Johnny Manziel, Texas A&M. It is so hard when you play in a conference like the Big Ten or the SEC, but specifically the SEC. I don't know why I said the Big Ten because I don't believe it. When you play in a conference like the SEC, it is tough to be up every week when you're playing quality opponents, especially back-to-back.
Oh, well, I agree with that. They just seem like two very similar teams and situations, except for Texas maybe has a better running back. But, all right, most perfect fit at their school: Stoops at Kentucky, Pittman at Arkansas, or Riley at the University of USC.
Oh, stop! It's Pittman.
It's Pittman. I don't know that I've ever seen a better fit in the history of college football.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Than Pittman at a place who's the Razorbacks. They're the Hogs. I mean, he looks
offensive
like,
line coach.
I know. I mean, he is perfect for that job.
Yeah.
Well, Riley seems like Mr. California to me.
We'll see how that works out. Look, I think 99% of people believe that's going to work out, but this could be a situation where it implodes somehow. I don't think it will.
Are more likely to keep their job all year, Finley or Lance at San Francisco?
With Garoppolo still under contract,
I'm going to go Lance at San Francisco.
Yeah.
There's no way Finley's keeping his job all year.
Yeah.
I think I'd go Lance.
I'm going to say, as far as the actual guy who takes the most snaps in a game, I'll say T.J. Finley.
Ranked most likely to lose their job, Stetson Bennett, Mariota, or Dewey, and rank them.
Wait,
who's
you
the
mean
third one?
Mariota in Atlanta?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Desmond Ritter has played well enough in the
What was your
preseason.
third, though?
Louis Ungalele.
Oh,
Yeah.
I would say Mariota most likely. I think they'll go to Ritter at some point.
I think so, too. Very early, in fact. I think Desmond Ritter is a better version of Marcus Mariota right now.
And Stetson Bennett, a lot of people forget, he was third nationally in QBR, only behind Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud. Stetson Bennett's a good quarterback.
Yeah, and I think Ungulale bounces back this year, too. I know Brown does as well.
If the Falcons are struggling, you got to see what you have in Ritter to know, do I want to go a high quarterback pick, right?
Yeah.
So I got to see what I got in him.
Exactly. Is he Dak Prescott? Got him middle of the draft, and he's our future.
I agree. All right, just a couple more real quick. Would y'all take over or under 50 points Auburn, Penn State?
I think I would take under.
I think I would take under as well, but I like Auburn in that game a lot.
Yeah, I would take under.
All right, and this is my I said 6 stupid segment, and I'm going to keep up with it all year. I got 6 games, just straight up real quick.
Okay, go.
North Carolina, Appalachian State.
Straight up?
Straight up.
North Carolina.
All these are straight up.
All right, North Carolina.
I'm going to take North Carolina, too. Everyone's talking upstate upset.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm undecided right now.
I'm undecided. I just told you I'm keeping up.
He's keeping up, but you got to make a pick.
This is LT.
I will
not
go
one
App State then.
LT doesn't want to shade with his Lance'sLock.com.
I understand that.
He has the ability to change later at Lance'sLock.com.
I'll go App State right now,
That's
though.
great.
That's
Okay.
Okay. All right, Army, Coastal Carolina.
Coastal.
Coastal.
Ooh.
I got Army as well. Houston, Texas, San Antonio.
Texas, San Antonio.
I'm going to go Houston.
I think I'll go to UTSA. Early upset.
UTSA. See a doctor for that. Drink cranberry juice.
Utah, Florida.
Utah. LT's undecided.
Now, I love Utah this year. I think it's such a tough game. I'm going to play Utah, though.
Boise, Oregon State.
Oregon State.
Oregon State.
Wow. And times have changed. And last one, Florida State, LSU.
LSU.
Florida State.
All right, guys. Thank you.
I had lunch with an FSU fan yesterday, a friend of mine.
Really?
The ticket for that game is crazy. He's
It's
going
in
to
New Orleans, yeah.
but he was giving me ticket prices nuts.
Well, you can imagine. I mean, some Florida State travels a little bit, and LSU, it's a home game for a lot of them, so you can imagine. JD in Huntsville is next with us. JD, welcome to the show, man. Always great to hear from you. How are you?
Good morning. Great. It is great to have college football here. You know, I always think back about when I was growing up as a kid, and there was only 2 games on every Saturday and no night game. There was never a night game on. And now it's like New Year's Day every Saturday.
Yep.
It's just
it's awesome.
Everything's better.
Yep.
You know, the air just smells
I
better.
know.
Everything feels better. I just feel better. My wife looks at me like, what is wrong with you? It doesn't matter. I feel great.
What is it, pheromones? Is that what we have, pheromones?
Pheromones, yeah.
I think my pheromones are at their height during football season. I really, really do. I love the weather.
I think it's your dopamine.
Yeah, my dopamine. I love the weather. I just love everything. Everything is better during football season. There's no doubt.
I think it's your pheromones. I like you more in football season than I do not football season.
It's great. Listen, you guys had John Talty on, right?
Yeah.
About his book.
Yeah, several weeks ago.
I just started reading it a few weeks ago, and I did not know that he quotes like this coach that coaches at my son's school, Louis LeBlanc from Westminster Christian. And I'm like, I'm talking to this guy all the time. And I'm like, did you know you're in this book? He's like, am I really? He's like, man, I talked to him like 2 years ago.
Wow.
He's got some stories. Oh, my gosh. He was a GA at Alabama when Nick came in.
Yeah.
And some of the stories he was telling me the other day, I was like, wow. He gives me a play-by-play how Mike Price, that whole thing was a hit job. You probably know that story, but I had never heard what he told me. I thought, my goodness, that's crazy. But anyway, guys, this playoff thing I have not heard anybody say that. Isn't it kind of suspicious that everybody was like 12-team playoff? Wait a minute. SEC's adding Texas and Oklahoma. Let's hold off. Maybe not. But now that the Big Ten is adding UCLA and USC, hey, playoff back on.
That's right. And that's exactly what happened. They hit the brakes last year on this 12-team playoff until they could get their ducks in line.
Absolutely. And by the way, guys, I don't know who your callers are for the, your Mount Rushmore. Jeff, definitely. Always love listening.
He's George
questions.
Washington.
They're awesome. I love listening to what he has to say. And it's funny how I usually call like right after him, which is really weird.
That is weird. Yeah.
I don't know him. Yeah. Never met him. Know what he looks like. Know what he does. But you guys are definitely on the Mount Rushmore of I know I'm, not just because I'm talking to you now, but man, I've been listening to talk radio for over 30 years. You guys have the best show I've ever heard.
That means a lot.
You, buddy.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And that means a ton for somebody we don't pay. I appreciate that.
Hey, well, there you go. But we can talk later if there's a sponsor out there.
Thank you, JD.
Our sponsors know.
That's right.
JD, thanks, man. More phone calls coming up after trash. 205-734-0923. I see you guys trying to call in over there. 205-734-0923 will get you on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Part of our show, Brownie, today being brought to you by the great folks at Alabama Power. And if you know what we do with Alabama Power during football season, we sort of break down the weekend games, and we'll start doing that again on their social media platforms next week.
Well, did you know you can save money on your power bill by shifting appliance use to outside of peak times or not running appliances all at once? With Alabama Power's Time Advantage rate, you can. To sign up, call Alabama Power now, 800-257-APCO. Go to alabamapower.com/Time Advantage or visit them in person or at an office near you. It's Alabama Power.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Josh Pate designed Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Wayne's Pest Control has taken pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Next segment. We'll do it next segment. Yep. Okay. Back with you in just a second as we, we're back with you now as we roll on today. We have a lot going on up here today.
One of my favorite parts.
It really is such a blessing that we've had so many people that have really reached out to help us launch this a little over a year now. And a new story will be out in Portico, right? A little bit later on, and a couple of other of their satellite magazines. So we look forward to that coming out soon. But a photographer moving around today, and we just had some headshots. And I won't give away what we were having to do, but I'm really bad at character acting.
I will just say he told me I was a natural.
Yeah. Oh, really?
No, he didn't say that. But this is one of my favorite magazines.
Yeah, I know.
It's a great publication. It really is.
Which is why we
excited about that.
That's why we instantly said yes to it. So we'll tell you more details about when that story will be coming out and some interesting photos. Rockstar, I walked in there. He's putting his shirt back on. I was like,
that's how I take pictures. Like I do the white balance.
Hey, I know we got stuff to do here. Yeah. Do you want to see the latest headshot of me? Forrester's got it. You guys, I mean, I have never looked more like Eli Manning than the one my mom just sent for Scott.
Oh, is this another lid?
Yep. Oh, my gosh.
My God.
That shirt.
I told you the first thing Lance is going to say is that shirt.
Oh, my God, that's the first thing
Is it Dragons or Paisleys?
Paisleys.
Did your mom, seriously, and I love your mom to death, but did they ever vacation in New Orleans back in the Saints days?
No way. That is an awful suggestion.
That's the kind of horse shit you could get at, what's that mall?
Yeah.
The Galleria?
No.
Quintard Mall?
Quintard, yeah.
I mean, I've never noticed your dad
watered down Orange Julius in a busy, tacky shirt.
I've never noticed your dad looking like Archie Manning before, but that's the only way it works.
No, there's an actor my dad looks like. A friend of mine, I can't remember the actor's name, but he says my dad looks just like him.
Give me a picture of your dad, and because I can't picture him in head right
I'll
now.
find the picture. Okay. I'll find the photo of my dad in the next segment, and you can say what actor he looks like.
Sam Jackson.
You got it, Samuel L. Jackson. Yes.
All right, trash is coming up here in just a second. But first, Brownie, if you'll tell us about our friends right there at MyBookie. We're getting ready for the games tonight. I see Matt Berry there in what used to be Heinz Field live on our TV3 over here, getting ready to call West Virginia, Pittsburgh at 6. That is one of the bets I'm on tonight. I like West Virginia playing inside the number. You can be part of it, too, at mybookie.ag.
Well, Bills and Rams prepare to kick off the NFL regular season. Now is the time to prepare for your winning season at MyBookie. Whether you're a veteran bettor or a first-timer, MyBookie gets you the most for your money with a double deposit bonus. It is quick and easy. A $250 deposit puts $500 in your account. You use those funds to bet instantly on as many games, contests, and props as you want. To claim your bonus, register today. Use the promo code NEXTROUND to get that bonus. That adds more excitement to the games and the sports you love. Bet on team win totals, predict Super Bowl winner, or use the MyBookie prop builder and secure the bag. Your winning season begins today. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
2 Major League Baseball games in Mexico City next year. Padres and Giants will play 2 games in Mexico City in 2023 as they try to spread that Major League Baseball love to south of the border. And last night, Serena Williams, they win again. She wins again. She advances on to Friday in the 3rd round of the U.S. Open. It's going to end at some point. Everybody was in the stands last night. She beat the number 2 player in the world. She's now 42-0 in the first 2 rounds in the U.S. Open in her history. Wow. 42-0.
You know, we've got a friend there. Our buddy Jimmy Anthony.
Jimmy's there.
Yeah, you know, his son's one of the best, if not the best, tennis player in the state. Plays for Vestavia. And so for his senior trip, he wanted to go to the U.S. Open. So
that's really cool.
The crowd was juiced last night. I don't know how big Arthur Ashe Stadium is, but it looked like 100,000 people.
Tiger Woods there?
Tiger Woods was there. It was a great night last night.
You know what Jimmy told me, too? He was like, I've downloaded the MyBookie where he can play some tennis.
Yeah.
He's like, if I'm going to be there, got a wager on it.
MyBookie.ag. All right, let's get to it. It's trash time every day at this hour, and it's brought to you by Mortgage Right. Hit the big button, Rockstar.
Hey, your old man passed away, right?
Oh, wow.
No, not yet. Oh, I thought he did. I thought the judge was dead. No, my brother died. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Yeah, rest in peace. Yeah.
Oh, man. I knew one of them had gone down.
Yep.
Hey, fumbling through today's housing market alone is a bad play. That's why you should team up with the right lender. And our friends at Mortgage Right created their Lock and Shop program to help you score big in home ownership. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. These days, homes are selling the second they hit the market. This program allows you to take a time out. Make your home search easier by pre-approving your budget and maintaining a 60-day lock-in period while you look over for your perfect home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to lock in your interest rate and unlock your dream home. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first with some offbeat holidays in September. It is September 1st.
It is September 1st. I'm just thinking any other show that's like the most awkward moment ever that brings the show to a halt. We use it for a trash open. I mean, it's so expected on the show that we're that awkward, you know?
Tomorrow, this is going to be fitting because it's National College Colors Day, and you can bet I'll be sporting some Fight on USC.
Are you? Can we incorporate NFL? Can I go with Dolphins? Can we all wear our NFL?
That should be next week.
Day?
Yeah, we'll do that next week. It's College Colors Day tomorrow. I want to...
You've got like an SMU shirt.
Oh, I do like SMU.
I've got a shirt I want to wear, but unfortunately I've gained like 8 pounds this summer.
Oh, it'll totally show.
If I wear it tomorrow, will you guys not make fun of it being too tight on me?
I can't be held.
Keep doing this.
I can't be held responsible.
No,
I will. It will show my belly button. In fact, this one today, I like the way this one made my arms look for the photos.
My.
See, it makes my arms look really good.
Wait, that one makes your arms look good?
it's the only one that does, yes. I've gone to this shirt a lot lately. So tomorrow we'll wear some colors.
Yeah, definitely wear some colors.
Your collar's all screwed up in the back. It's been bothering me the whole show.
Hey, and by the way, submit some national college colors for us.
Wear next round gear and your favorite college colors. That'd be awesome.
Good mix.
Yep.
Saturday, September 3rd, International Bacon Day. What has always blown me away is you really don't like bacon.
I like bacon okay. What?
We got 2 limps and 1 stiff.
I'm a limp.
stiff.
I'm definitely limp.
Yeah.
I'm sort of
Dunaway Dunaway's come to my side. He tried limp once, and he's like, I like limp better
I'm telling you,
than
there's a place, the $1 Million Bacon, you guys have had it. Oh, my God.
Phenomenal.
It's candy.
Yeah, I'm sort of in between the limp and the
so I got
crispy.
I got a weird bacon stance.
You're about Brown is 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Lance is noon.
I'm about 7:30.
Yeah. I don't like bacon as my main protein in breakfast. That's the only time I don't really like bacon.
Basically, Rockstar, I've just noticed that breakfast is here in the room.
Oh, wow. Just getting things started.
I like bacon. I don't love it. I'll tell you what I don't like bacon on is a burger, which makes no sense.
Oh, I love bacon cheeseburgers.
Because my favorite burger, the place we were at the other night, they put it on there by accident one time with the avocado. So I left the avocado. It was great with the grilled onions.
Ooh, avocado and bacon's fantastic.
And the aioli sauce.
Yeah.
But I had to pull the bacon off and take it to Lady Bird.
You know where that place loses me on the burger? The sauteed onions. I can't stand sauteed onions.
Oh, the sauteed onions are so good.
I can't stand them.
The Stilton cheese.
Pickled onions greater than sauteed onions.
I kind of agree with Jim on that. I had pickled onions yesterday on a salad. I like pickled onions.
You should get them to take the sauteed onions. In fact, next time I'm there, I'll get the burger, tell them to take the sauteed onions off and put the pickled onions that's on their charcuterie board.
The charcuterie board the other night, and they have pickled onions on the charcuterie, but it's the grilled on the burger.
Yeah, so that's what next time I eat that burger, that's what I'm going to do.
Anyway, Sunday, September 11th, we're talking offbeat holidays in the month of September. National Hug Your Hound Day. I know you two won't be doing that, me and Lunsford and Forster will, though.
I don't have a hound.
Yeah, you're just your dog.
Yeah,
Hug your dog day.
I would assume that's, right?
Your dog.
Yeah, I hug my dogs every night. Just don't want to take them for a walk.
Monday, September 12th, National Chocolate Milkshake Day.
Big
I'm going to get Pete to bring us some hamburger heaven milkshakes.
Let's do it. Put it in the calendar.
But as a kid, I loved chocolate the most. I'm more vanilla now.
Well, that's really, why. Really good. Anytime I'm at Hamburger Heaven, Rockstar, I get them to make me a black and white. It's half vanilla, half chocolate.
Gotcha. How about this one? Thursday, September 15th, National Cheese Toast Day.
Love it. You haven't done a day I don't like yet.
So, Sunday, September 18th, Rice Krispies Treat Day.
A bit overrated.
I like it with peanut butter.
I like it with peanut butter. That's what I was about to say.
All sticky, though, man. You can't eat it without getting your
Homewood
hands
Middle
so
School did a
sticky.
good peanut butter one.
Thompson Elementary, Thompson Middle, Thompson High did it right,
and I still don't know. The wax wrapped, it was supposed to be peanut butter and jelly, but there was no jelly to be seen. It was peanut butter and something. And it was unbelievable.
Oh, it was like molasses. I think we
talked about it one
What
day.
is it?
Honey.
What is it? It was some kind of syrup. Sorghum something.
Sorghum?
Sorghum. It was sorghum.
No, it might be that.
Yeah.
The Caro
syrup?
Caro syrup.
Yeah, maybe. It's
I don't
something
know.
like that.
I just wish I could replicate that somehow. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, because it's sort of a juicy peanut butter.
Oh, so good. On white bread. Tuesday, September 20th, National Pepperoni Pizza Day.
Yep,
Had a slice yesterday from our sponsor, Slice.
And finally, Monday, September 26th, National Pancake Day.
Not a fan.
I like the pancakes.
Hey, I'll tell you what, best pancakes I've had in a while. Hamburger Heaven. Had it Saturday morning.
How
it
about
tastes like
this?
cupcakes.
A sentence you'll never hear again. A team of inept monkey hunters in Japan accidentally shot a woman who reported a monkey to them with a tranquilizer dart yesterday afternoon. Now, the incident occurred in Fuji City. Three employees and one monkey hunting specialist armed with a tranquilizer were dispatched to the scene to take the monkey down. Upon arrival, as they spoke with the unfortunate woman who was giving them details to the rogue monkey's whereabouts, one of the team accidentally shot her in the arm with a tranquilizer dart.
My bad.
Well, you guys.
I mean, this is just like old school. Now, city officials explained that one of the hunter's fingers slipped while tapping the barrel of their rifle to prevent air leakage, pulled the trigger by accident. The barrel pointed at the woman. Enough sedative to knock out a 33-pound monkey, flooded into her bloodstream, put her to sleep almost immediately. Hapless monkey hunting team rushed the woman to the hospital where she woke up an hour later. No injuries. She was released later that day, but the monkey remains at large.
The monkey hunting specialist got a woman instead and still doesn't have the monkey.
Does she wake up and crave a banana at that point?
Don't know, Dunaway.
Joel Klatt.
How about this? People are turning semen into jewelry in a new fashion trend.
It's a pass for me.
Give it a chance.
Jeweler and sculptor Amanda Booth crafts intricate pieces out of semen samples sent to her workshop by clients, which she dries powders before molding into trinkets.
What kind of creep does this?
Yeah.
Well, look at her. Look at those crazy-ass eyes.
I know.
Yeah.
You do her wrong, she's coming after you.
Yeah.
Well, I'm making trinkets. Oh, cool. What up? Oh, okay.
How dirty are her fingernails?
But that's actually attached to a chain or something, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yes, I believe Jim. Yes.
He's a swimmer.
My gosh.
And she has a name for it. I'm not going to say it, but she has a name for the necklace. If you just use your imagination.
Okay.
Well, is it a pearl necklace?
That is right.
Lance is going to say it, Rockstar. Lance is gonna say
I mean,
it.
she's wearing one, right? Or those are teeth. Their teeth are pearls.
The ring's beautiful, by the way.
I remember one of the great Odie's team trivia names.
Oh, no.
And I don't know if I want to give this person credit. If they want credit, they can speak up. But I drugged Tiger's bag for 18, and all I got was his pearl necklace. Do you remember who came up with that?
No.
It was you. So good. Anyway, yeah, these ridiculous pieces of jewelry. I'll keep going.
Yes.
Okay, so an Australian woman who was owed a $100 refund by Crypto.com, she ended up receiving $10.5 million by accident.
Yeah, well, that's a good investment.
Yeah, what do you do at this point?
You cancel your Crypto.com immediately
and move to Costa Rica.
Move to Costa Rica. Yep.
Now, it took the exchange 7 months to realize that this colossal error had been made, and by that time, I can't even pronounce the name. I'm not even going to try. She went on a spending spree.
Thevamangari Medieval.
Is that the house she bought, Rockstar?
Yeah, it looks like. Does that look like an artist rendering?
I love modern houses.
Is it an artist rendering?
I
You love that?
I love that. I absolutely love
That
that.
reminds me of that place in Homewood you almost bought.
Yep.
I love that. I mean, seriously, that's like perfect. And
Really?
it looks like for me, yeah.
That's not a house. It's
A lot of open windows.
Studio. That's a studio.
No, I like
What
open.
Like if
I'm not like Brown. I don't walk around in the nude.
If we'd have bought that house as our studio, that'd be our studio upper right. We could look out. Mm-hmm. We'd have that'd be our gear shop to the left.
You could throw your dogs out in that gate back.
Yeah, we could bring the dogs to work.
All the hogs and the motorcycles in the garage.
You know, Dunaway just reminded me, we have never even discussed our original idea for a studio.
Oh, yeah.
We've never even discussed that on the show.
Well, that's going to be episode 3.
Do we save that for the
doc?
Yeah, we can.
That was going to be phenomenal.
Anyway, this chick that got the 10.5, she goes on this massive spending spree. Court heard that she gave gifts to 6 people, including her family members, splashed out on a plush 5-bedroom home. I wouldn't have guessed that's 5 bedrooms. It probably goes deep, though.
Yeah, I bet it's a long house.
It's believed that a Crypto.com employee had accidentally entered a bank account number into the payments box, and the mistake was only spotted during a routine audit. Legal proceedings have been underway since December 2021, and now a court has ruled that she must pay back all the money plus interest. I don't think I'd make her pay the plus interest. They made the mistake.
It can't be plus interest.
I don't think it should be, but it is. However, a substantial chunk of the money has been sent overseas to her sister, who lives in Malaysia, and to make matters worse, it appears that she has failed to respond to requests from Crypto.com solicitors.
Really?
Like, I really never check my checking account balance, really.
You should do that
and
often.
Just assume the money is stacking up in there when we get paid, right? So if you'd put $10 million in there, I'm not going to know. And you come back 7 months now, you're going to charge me interest. I haven't spent any of your money. I didn't know it was in there. So I haven't spent any of your money. So why am I paying interest on your mistake? It's just been sitting there. I didn't know it was there.
Well, she's spending it.
Yeah, that's different.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem there.
I got dinner facts for you guys.
All right.
And I'm going to say this first. It is done on purpose because Spielberg had something to do with both of these films.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the Goonies go underground on the exact day, Saturday, October 26, 1985, as Marty travels back in time to 1955.
How about that?
Oh, how about
that?
that?
Is wild.
Yeah.
It's a busy
It
day.
is.
Goonies is a very
day.
underrated movie, by the way.
It's on a lot. By
I
the
like
way.
hidden stuff like that.
Yeah. Here's another dinner fact. You know when you get up too fast and feel dizzy? This typically happens to me in the shower.
Yeah. It happens to me when I'm making jewelry.
Oh, my.
Squeezing or stiffening your buttocks together stops the dizziness.
Really?
Try
So
this next
if
time.
I'm dizzy and I squeeze my butt
Yep.
cheeks together,
Yeah.
I quit being dizzy? Interesting.
I love this
Have you
one.
ever tried this?
George Washington died in 1799.
Spoiler.
Dinosaurs discovered in 1824, which makes George Washington never knew dinosaurs existed.
Wait a minute. We didn't know about dinosaurs until the 1800s?
That's
They had wooden teeth back then.
Well, that's when they first found bones.
So we did not know that.
No.
Absolutely. Wow. I didn't
That
know
is
that.
wild. I never realized that. I assumed we knew about dinosaurs. I mean, that's wild.
Yeah. I don't think he probably cared, though.
Who, G-Dubs?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I mean, dinosaurs don't do much for me. As a kid, they
No,
did.
me neither. I got a lot of them as a kid.
Dinosaurs don't do much for me.
No, I'm with Lance. I don't really care one way or the other.
So another dinner fact. I didn't know there was a difference. A graveyard is connected to a church while a cemetery is not.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's the difference?
I guess.
All right,
So
so
it's a
what do you call
cemetery-
that one next to Bryant-Denny?
Cemetery, I guess.
Well, I mean, there's a church right there.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
isn't Bryant-Denny a church?
That's what I'm saying for a lot of people.
Yes.
It's a house of worship,
Yep.
I'll tell you that.
Ain't no doubt.
And this blows me away, but everything has happened at Disney, but you never hear about anything happening at Disney.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, they're NDAs and they're
Oh,
They keep
checkbooks.
they keep it down low.
Yep.
If a person dies in their costume at Disney, say Mickey Mouse,
Okay.
they have to be sat down on a bench so it looks like they're resting.
Well, you can't cart them off in the ambulance.
Okay.
What do you do?
Mickey died! Do you like let them rest until the park is closed?
I guess like Mickey's just going to take.
Or do you
a
carry him
rest.
out like he's drunk?
I don't know. You can't take the helmet
We
off. You can't do any of that stuff.
Weekend at Mickey's, you're like, hey, everybody.
I mean, that is amazing.
That is pretty wild.
All right, that is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, our friends at Mortgage Right have put a game-changing new offer that will shift the way you view home shopping. Put your best foot forward with their upfront underwriting program. Mortgage Right's team of underwriters will look over your application to determine how much home you can buy. They will issue a pre-approval letter, which will set you apart from other buyers and prove to sellers that you mean business. Mortgage Right's upfront underwriting program will help you home shop with confidence. No hassle, no hang-ups, only happy home buyers. Just get pre-approved with Mortgage Right before you start home shopping. Fast track your home buying journey today. MortgageRight.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Our Oiler Blue hat is back in stock. Nextround.store, Nextround.store. If you want to go buy those while they're in stock right now, Nextround.store. Look for a special football season price online right now, Nextround.store. Remember to like, subscribe, and hit that thumbs button today. This show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Ready for UAB football tonight. Tailgate downtown, champyschicken.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
In a word, it's chaos. You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Bromberg's today bringing you what you need to know about tonight's big action. Bromberg's always getting you ready for the big question.
Yeah, look, hey, if you're thinking about popping the question, you need to go see our friends at Bromberg. She's going to be excited. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. Family owned and operated since 1836. They have established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Two great locations of Bromberg's, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online right now. Go to brombergs.com.
Okay, you look tonight, just how big is this game for Penn State? They're out of the top 25. Last time they started the season out of the top 25, they won the Big Ten championship. They're under the radar. Does that help Penn State tonight or hurt Penn State?
I think it helps Penn State. You know, they got up again to number 4 nationally last year. They had such a bad start to 2020, starting 0-5, then winning 4 consecutive games. There's not a lot of expectation for Penn State this year. You heard Joel Klatt earlier say they've got better athletes. They're faster than Purdue. Purdue's a tricky place to play at times. Aiden O'Connell is a quarterback that could take a game over. David Bell is going to be a huge loss for that offense. Penn State's got to find a way to run the football. He talked about Singleton, new bruising back. We'll see if he's able to take some pressure off Sean Clifford. I personally like Penn State in this game.
Yeah, I love Purdue and the points at home field advantage. I think the better quarterback is Purdue. You agree with me?
I agree with that.
Okay, and you heard Klatt talk about it earlier. Those transfer receivers from Iowa help fill that Bell gap a little bit.
Yeah, Charlie Jones, one of those guys, also a return specialist, good receiver.
Yeah, this is not one of those games, but Purdue's got like some sort of freaky home record against top 5 teams, don't they? This is not one of those games. Penn State's not a top 5 team, but to your point about how it can be a tough place to play, they've got some weird record about how many top 5 teams they've actually beaten in West Lafayette.
Yeah, a lot of times it's either Ohio State or Michigan or Wisconsin, but yes.
But I think last year, wasn't it Iowa last year? I think it was. Like, that's where Iowa went to die.
Yeah, the famous game was the Ohio State game.
That's right. That night game in West Lafayette.
Where they boat raced them. They really did.
I mean, it was just
that was the kid.
The
they did it for the kid.
Yeah. One more game tonight off of what you just talked about. 2006, the last time Tennessee beat a top 10 team in the AP poll. 2006. That's the longest of any team in the SEC, even longer than Vandy. Vandy's beaten a top 10 team since Tennessee did it last. Not a top 10 team tonight from Ball State, but one thing you're looking for tonight with the Volunteers.
Well, just to see how fluid. Well, let me take this back. We know the offense is going to be fluid. I am excited about seeing Brew McCoy, a former USC transfer, take the field tonight as another weapon for Hendon Hooker. But how much improves the defense going to be? Now, we're not going to be able to see in this game because Ball State, although they were 6-7, went to a bowl last year, they only returned 11 starters, and they're picked last in the MAC this year. So there's no expectation for Ball State. Tennessee should roll in this game. But if you're Tennessee, you want to give that defense a lot of confidence, go out, force some turnovers, play shutdown defense.
And you want to keep the momentum from this offseason where everybody's been talking Tennessee going as you get into the meatier games. All right, top of the hour. One more hour to go. What we have coming up includes Rockstar with 4 downs. Brown has our Thursday tradition we'll get to, and we'll talk more about the games this weekend, including phone calls from you. You can join us, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. And remember, scroll down, like, subscribe, and click that thumbs button. We're back in a moment.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged material. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And, of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels, drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior Ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch.
St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
First full weekend of college football starts tonight. Couple of SEC games, a ton of games locally. Don't forget, UAB. In fact, tailgating opens downtown in 1 hour from right now. You can get down there and tailgate. Alabama A&M UAB tonight. Over 30,000 tickets sold for that, what Mark Ingram and Brian Vincent told us on the air. 7 o'clock tonight. If you can't make it down there, you want to sneak and watch it on TV, CBS Sports Network tonight for that one. Samford playing a top 10, top 15 FCS team tonight in Kennesaw State. They start tonight as well. UNA gets the evening going, 5 o'clock on the road against Indiana State, 5 o'clock for that one on ESPN+. SEC games tonight. Tennessee's at home, 6 o'clock on the SEC Network against Ball State. We were just talking about that. And earlier in the show, La Tech and Missouri, 7 o'clock. That's on ESPNU. And that is another SEC team in action. We talked about that to start the show. Two biggest games in the country tonight, of course, involve a Big Ten team. 7 o'clock on Main Fox, Penn State and Purdue. That we discussed with Joel Klatt, who's on the call tonight. He joined us from West Lafayette. And then ESPN has West Virginia and Pitt. The Backyard Brawl, that goes at 6 on ESPN. Other games out there, and a couple of good ones. LT, you like Central Michigan or Oklahoma State. I know Central Michigan has some issues on their offensive line with injuries, but it'll be good to see if Oklahoma State can put together a little momentum from what they had last year.
Well, Oklahoma State was a play away from getting to a college football playoff, and Spencer Sanders is back at quarterback. On the other side, you look at Lou Nichols. As a true freshman, he ran for almost 1,900 yards. A nation-leading 341 carries. So they're going to try to slow it down, keep the ball out of Spencer Sanders' hands. The reason Oklahoma State was so good last year was that Jim Knowles' defense. It was one of the best in college football. You lose 7 starters from that defense. You lose a defensive coordinator. Defense is not going to be close to what it was. And if Lou Nichols can have success, this could be an interesting game.
All right. Don't forget the Players Club. We record that after the show. You can get that on all of our social media platforms. Set your alerts and such, and we'll be able to let you know when the new programming is going out. This hour of the show being brought to you by the great folks at NASCAR. We're also getting ready to enjoy next month over at Talladega.
We are. You can get your tickets right now by going to 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Find out about how you can not only reserve your seats, but that infield spot, the camping spot, and also one of those great experiences like the Kids VIP experience presented by Children's of Alabama. Include guided garage tours, pet box tours, driver intro, fist bump alley, and much, much more. And don't forget, your camping, your infield, your seat, all right there at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com for the 2022 Yellowwood 500 Racing Weekend, Friday, September 30 through Sunday, October 3rd, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Some of the storylines this weekend includes one school that you could make a case is playing its most important college football game ever, Brownie.
Matt Hayes does just that and says this game, Saturday night, is the most important game in Utah football history.
I believe that.
Now, some would point to, hang on. Well, which one would you go with?
I would go with when Utah played Oregon for the Pac-12 championship in 2020. If they win the game, they're in the college football playoff.
That's a good argument. Yeah, it's a good argument. It's a good argument.
Yeah, so let's just go on in a racist column.
Jim, what do you got next on the sheet?
All right, that's it for the show today. Thanks for watching.
I'm just saying, it's not even close. This is a very important game because, as I said to Josh Pate, if they get past Florida, I think they can roll.
So Utah was automatically in the playoffs. You think if they win in
2020? Yeah, they were. I'll tell you right now.
That was the pandemic year.
Yeah,
you had Alabama.
Year.
You had Ohio State. They played for the national championship. Who else was in the playoffs that year?
Notre Dame. Alabama beat Notre Dame in the Rose Bowl that was
and
played
Clemson.
in Dallas.
Neither one of them.
Okay, it was 2019.
Neither one. There was nobody else was getting.
Yeah, it was 2019.
Okay.
They were up to number 5 when they played Oregon.
Okay, so
Oregon was number 13.
You had LSU.
Right.
And then you had Clemson. Who else was there? Ohio State again that year.
Ohio State, and I can't remember who Ohio State played.
LSU beat somebody badly. Oklahoma. No, they were not going to beat.
Yeah, they were in.
No, they were not.
They were in.
Hey, I'll go get the rankings.
Yeah, go back to 2019 final week. I remember we talked about it. If Utah wins tonight, they're in the college football playoff.
So you think that loss put Oklahoma in?
It put one of those teams in. Maybe Ohio State. I don't remember, but it was one of those teams got put in because of that.
Never considered in this point of a season to be a playoff contender like they are right now going into the year.
Yeah.
You've never had Utah in your playoff in the preseason like you have them right now.
That is true.
I did in 2019. Now, they didn't get there, but that was one of my guarantees in 2019.
So basically, you're not going to let me dig this into a segment.
I mean, we can do 4 downs. We can do. I got a tradition. I got a good tradition.
No.
All right, so
I do think this is their second most important game in their history.
So
bigger than beating Alabama.
Well, that Alabama game was. I mean, it was big for their program, but what did it really do? I mean, that was a bowl game.
By the way, that's the last time they've played an SEC school.
Hey, so really?
Yep.
That's been a minute.
Well, you don't see a lot of Utah SEC ever.
You don't. So Lance is right. Your college football playoff rankings going into championship weekend.
Listen up, Dunaway.
You had 3 12-0s. We don't get that an awful lot anymore. Ohio State was 12-0, number 1 in the country in front of LSU. How did they have Ohio State in front of LSU? That LSU team was just pillaging people. LSU was number 2 at 12-0. Clemson, number 3 at 12-0. Georgia, here's your key. Georgia, number 4 at 11-1. And Utah, number 5 at 11-1, in front of Oklahoma. Lance is right. If they beat Oregon.
Yeah, but they would have played that Utah-Oregon game on the Friday night before that SEC championship game of Georgia and LSU.
Well, it would not have mattered.
What does that matter?
Doesn't matter. If they win, they're in.
The playoffs till Sunday.
Yeah, but if Georgia had beaten LSU...
Well, Georgia wasn't going to beat LSU. I don't know if you remember that game. They got their ass whipped.
They did, but you couldn't have said on Friday night that if Utah wins, they're in, because I just saw Alabama beat Georgia last year and 2 teams got in.
No.
Point.
Anyway,
back to the Matt Hayes column.
No, Lance is right. I mean, when you're playing Oregon in a Pac-12 championship to finish 12-1, knowing a team in front of you is guaranteed to lose.
But LSU wasn't going to fall out. Wasn't going to fall out if they lost.
Yeah, but I mean, come on. I mean, I'm with Lance. That LSU team
they
was
weren't going to lay down,
destroying everybody.
Vol fan 25. Vol fan 25. Utah, Alabama. That win over Alabama brought them in front of a lot of fans' minds. That probably gave them a lot of credence. That Utah never has had before.
It may have, but I mean, we're talking about getting into a college football playoff. That was an exhibition bowl game. I mean, you can't compare those two.
Don't flip the script. You're the one that said, Jim, bring this up on the show today.
But you're
don't start arguing with him just because you've lost this battle.
I'm arguing against some meaningless. He's right. I'd forgotten about that Friday night conference championship game. Lance is right in this.
Okay.
But I do think this is their second biggest one.
No, I agree with that. And Klatt brought this up. They've got 6 true road games. So it's not an easy road for Utah. If Utah is to manage this, go 11-1 and win the Pac-12, I think they really deserve a look at getting into the college football playoff. To me, it's 4 really difficult games. Starting tomorrow or Saturday in Gainesville, at UCLA, then USC, a team they've always had trouble with, and then at Oregon. Those are 4 really difficult games.
Yeah, 3 on the road, USC at home for Utah. Everyone watching that game tomorrow. Other big games coming up after I tell you about our friends at Way to Wellness. If you're looking to lose weight at different points in life, a lot of people look to drop a few pounds, 5 pounds, 10 pounds, 45 pounds for me back in the day. Way to Wellness can help that happen. They've got a website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. No contracts, so you can drop out anytime you want if you don't like it. I've been with them for years. I love them. No sign-up fees, and your consultation with Leslie and her team, absolutely free. Board certified. The whole staff is there to help you with the weight loss, get your blood pressure in check, cholesterol in check. They do all of that right there. Aplanforme.com, the website. Aplanforme.com, the website. It's Way to Wellness. Great folks. Other storylines around the country. For Notre Dame and Marcus Freeman, you don't have to win the game. I think you can do something if you just play Ohio State close on a game day, Saturday night, prime time. If Notre Dame and Marcus Freeman, much like they did in the bowl game, if they look the part and play Ohio State close, don't get embarrassed and then go out and have a good season after that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, look, it's his debut. I didn't realize this. I don't know how. Marcus Freeman played for Ohio State. Did you guys know that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And think about it. He was playing, his last game was against Texas in that 2009 or 2010 Fiesta Bowl.
Well, that's a pretty quick ascension
He
if
had
you think about it.
five tackles in that game, and now the guy's the head coach of Notre Dame. He has ascended extremely fast. Again, we talked about this last year in the bowl game, although they blew that bowl game. He looked the part. He looked like he was in control. He's recruiting extremely well. I don't know what to expect about Tyler Buckner at the quarterback. You know, he wins the job over Drew Pine. Buckner is a very athletic guy that will get a lot done with his legs, and that could be key against this Ohio State defense. You know, Jim Knowles is coming in. We still don't know how good the defense is going to be.
That's right, and that's the one Achilles heel for the Buckeyes. But a lot of people will be watching that game, Brown, and I've talked about this earlier this summer. We've had one AP poll come out so far. Alabama has almost every vote at first place. Ohio State, if they blow Notre Dame out in prime time with game day, I think it'll shake up the first place votes. Do you think it'll do that?
Especially in the Associated Press, yeah, because that can be a more volatile poll than the coaches' poll. Coaches do not like changing their votes when teams don't lose because coaches don't like to be treated that way. So, yeah, especially in the Associated Press poll, I could see Ohio State picking up a lot of votes. That's a top 5 win. I mean, there's nothing Alabama can do to make you think probably any different at all about them. If Alabama beats Utah State by 21, which would be half of what the point spread is, I don't think anybody bats an eye at that. Do you think anybody's like, oh, my gosh, we've overrated Alabama?
You know what's crazy is we could have a bloody Saturday. I don't think it would happen.
Talking about upsets?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, I love it when Lance does this.
Just think about this. I mean, Ohio State could lose to Notre Dame. I don't imagine it's going to happen. I think if they play the game 99 or 100 times, they win 99. But Notre Dame's got the talent to pull this thing off.
Well, in my history of college football, which dates back, different decades than yours,
Red Grange,
all the time, Horseman. I date back
he's
to
one
the
of the four
horsemen,
right? Red Grange was.
I mean, Notre Dame's known for pulling upsets.
Yeah.
Right. This is the kind of game where they're not given a chance. Luck of the Irish, they go in and they win the game.
Okay, even if they don't, Notre Dame's a top 5 team, so one top 5 team is going down. You look at Georgia. Oregon could possibly pull this off. I mean, Georgia lost 15 guys to the NFL.
Yeah, Brown likes it closer than the number.
I do.
So does Furman.
Afternoon game, Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Still no quarterback named officially. Everyone's expecting it to be Bo Nix. And Bo Nix with maybe better receivers, maybe better offensive line than he had last year could be dangerous for Georgia.
Yeah, let's just say that one upset happens. So let's say Notre Dame loses, a top 5 loses. Georgia gets upset. And then Utah loses to Florida. The game's only 3 right now. 3 top 10 teams, 3 top 7 teams already out.
Yeah, that's the kind of chaos we live for. Part of the show brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports, getting you back into the game. Couple of moves going on in the NFL. The Indianapolis Colts have cut Tony Brown, the former Alabama defender. He is out of the mix there, waiting to see how good Jameis Winston looks in the opener next week for New Orleans, coming off an injury. For the Saints, Russell Wilson has a 5-year, $245 million, 7-year, $245 million contract to stay in Denver the rest of his career. And we saw this coming. Baker Mayfield denies his comments that were reported that he said about the Browns that he was going to, quote, F them up when they played each other. He denies he ever said that.
I bet he said it, but I'm not surprised he denies it.
That's part of the backdrop of the game. Precision will get you back in the game.
Hey, whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you. Make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
All right, when we come back, we've got Rockstar's 4 Downs, and then later, Brown's Thursday Tradition, getting us ready for college football right here on The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com. Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round. Away from the start of football season tonight, Rockstar puts together our Thursday 4 downs, and they're always a little different. Always remember to hit the thumbs up button if you're watching us on YouTube. If you're watching us on Facebook, like and subscribe there as well on Twitter. And, of course, over on Twitch as well. If you're listening to us on all of our audio platforms, including live right now on TuneIn Radio and on our app, thanks for being along audio-wise, and we appreciate you downloading those apps and following along. And remember, podcast later on, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Odyssey, and everywhere you get your podcasts. And that will include a new Mystery Fifth Hour, which will be dropping very soon, if it hasn't already. don't get that update. I've got an alert set, but I get so many alerts.
You need to just set your alerts.
Yeah.
It drops right there on YouTube. Next Round Live.
Bam and Bourbon's out there.
That's right.
Bam and Bourbon's out there with a new Aaron Suttles conversation and a new bourbon that you can go try at your local package store. All right, here we go. 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires. 5 great locations here locally.
Yeah, that newest location coming really soon to Pell City. Anything you need, bumper to bumper, from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they can do it for you. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
What are you addicted to lately?
Jalapeno margaritas.
Wow.
And I had 2 yesterday at Taco Mama.
Get after it.
No, I never really, so I've always loved margaritas. Mm-hmm. I've never really liked the spicy jalapeno margarita. I know you've always been a fan.
I have.
But I got one at Taco Mama 3 months ago, and I can't pass up on them now. I love them.
It was right after they moved us to the mornings at our old job that I had the summer of margaritas, right?
10:30 margarita, right?
Yeah, we were done at, I would get there at the local establishment at 11, and I would try whatever the margarita of the day was. I love a good margarita, not the traditional kind. I like the spicy kind, or watermelon, whatever flavor you want to throw out there. I love a good margarita.
But you're addicted to bachelorhood right now, right?
I am. The wife's in college at Duke, and daughter's in college at Montevallo, son's in college at UAB, and I've been running around the house naked all week.
With dogs.
This summer for me, I was addicted, I've been addicted to golf, Mad Men, and peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 are pretty good.
I like all 3 of those.
Which one do you not like? Golf?
It just takes a little long for me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a great sport. But
So for dinner last night, I was like, I can cook steak. I can go get something. I'm in the mood for 2 peanut butter and jelly
You
sandwiches.
toast the bread. I can't
do
remember
not toast the bread. I like the white.
I like it either way.
Fresh white bread. Peanut butter on both sides, jelly in the middle, more peanut butter than there is jelly.
Yeah.
It's great.
I was giving my menu to Jennifer for the Saturday college football feast the first week. I was giving her the menu last night, and I did think...
It's a submissive wife.
Huh? No, she loves me, Lance, and she wants to...
Here's the order.
Yeah, she wants me... No, she asked. She's like, what do you want? It's the first football Saturday.
Will you give us a tease of
I will send video, photos, whatever y'all want.
Yeah, let me tell you how this plays in the Dunaway house. Now, Maggie will be driving back from Durham, but... anytime Browns post the picture, I copy the link. I send it to Maggie without comments.
Yeah. Stunner.
Without comment.
But without comments, the most passive aggressive way you can do it.
I just send the link.
The Browns are so in love.
And she's like, she always replies back, I'm not, capital letters, I'm not Jennifer Brown. That's all she ever responds.
Yeah.
I'm not Jennifer Brown.
I know.
yeah, that's the way you can do it. And then after that, she sends, after you get done with the laundry, you go to the grocery store and pick your own shit up.
I'm a to-go guy.
I've been addicted to Starburst. I went and got, I eat them all the time.
Do you eat all flavors, though?
Yep, I do. I mean,
to me, the pink's the only good one.
No, pink and red, you can buy the package. It's just the pink and red. I'm fine with those, but I'm fine with all flavors. I don't mind
I used to
mixing
like
with
the
orange
cherry.
and yellow.
It's too much now, though.
Yep.
I just
love
like
all
the
Starburst. Love Starburst.
Second down.
If you had $10 million in the bank, how much would you spend on a house? And a caveat, how much would you spend on a car?
I've been looking at houses. Not that this is my price range, not even close, but you come across houses that are way out of your price range. I've seen houses that I would absolutely love for about $2 million. So if I had $10 million in the bank, I would spend $2 million on a house.
Not me. I wouldn't go over $1 million for a home. I don't like being there anyway. I would use my money to travel and do other stuff.
Yeah, I'm not a house can be too big for me. Everybody's got, we just showed a house earlier Lance loved. I hate it. I mean, everybody's got different taste in house. House can be too big for me. I'm more location and lot for me, right? Like, I want a good private wooded lot, and I want a good location. So I would spend less to have better lot and location.
See, I actually would go, there are lofts downtown, and I've seen a penthouse at a certain building that was about that price point. That's what I would like.
See, that is so interesting because I've never understood, like on Mad Men, where Don lives in the penthouse there. I've just never understood that life. I want grass and trees and privacy.
No.
You don't like grass
there's
and
something,
trees?
I'm telling you, when I lived downtown for a year, there's electricity, there's different sounds, it's a different smell. It's not for everyone.
Yeah,
it's not for everyone.
Yeah, zero
a lot of
interest
ambulances,
for me.
too.
Yeah.
There are a lot of street racers, too.
Yeah.
Third down.
What song has the best intro? Mine is Bob O'Reilly.
You didn't say that in the original question. I was going to say Bob O'Reilly.
But you can agree with me.
Lose
You
Yourself.
say that's it?
Yeah,
Lose
that's
Yourself is got a good intro
Yeah,
with
it
the
does.
piano a little bit. Whole Lot of Love, Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin's got a lot of
Yes.
good intros, but Whole Lot of Love is one of the better ones.
Lose Yourself, by the way, I saw an interview with Elton John on that very popular British talk show, Graham
Norton Experience.
Graham Norton Experience. And he said, at one point, because of some phrase in an Eminem song, that he was labeled homophobic. And Elton John said, I reached out to him. He wasn't. We did a duet together. In fact, he was so not homophobic. When I got married, he sent a special wedding gift that were 2 rings that are not for your finger, diamond crusted rings.
Well, that's really nice of him.
Not for the fingers, yeah.
Wow, that is a weird gift.
Yeah,
it is.
So that was Elton's way of saying,
Slightly used.
Hey, honey, look what we got.
Yeah. So
It's a dog collar.
Sweet Child of Mine for me.
Oh, that's a good one. I'll say this. It's not a long intro, but if you listen, like if you were at the Garth concert or listen to any live concert he does, he can play 4 notes and make the crowd go wild. Just the first 4 notes of Friends in Low Places, and the place comes unglued.
Yeah.
You were there for that. And he does it every time. It's real quiet, and he just plays those 4 notes.
Thunderstruck is rolling past fast for a lot of people over in the chat room.
Yeah, Thunderstruck's good.
Enter Sandman.
Ooh, Freebird.
Back in Black's good.
Yeah.
AU Clay, Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. Yeah, love that. All that rolling through on the chat room over there. We appreciate your input.
4th down.
What do you wish people would just shut up about?
I like people being opinionated, but our society, where politics has gotten, is so far apart, and there's so much hate now, and it's like you can't even have a conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, it gets insane. And even if you have a conversation on your side, you get people that go so deep in it, you get in like hours and hours of conversation. But if I'm on one side, you're on the other, we start talking about it, I mean, it's instant confrontation.
Yeah.
Because neither one of you is going to budge.
Yeah, you're
That's why,
right.
Dunaway is 100% wrong, and I'm 100% right. I don't know why he's talking to me, because he knows that you're not going to agree.
There's
with
no
each other.
nuance anymore, right?
There's nothing.
Man, it just kind of sucks.
Well, that's right. I mean, the middle ground. Nobody trusts the media anymore.
And the media has given them every reason not to trust.
And there's a lot of reasons why people don't trust the media anymore. We've divided the media up into basically fan websites is what it is. It's like, you're not going to get great news on Auburn on the Alabama website. Not going to get great news about Alabama on the Auburn websites. That's basically what we've done with the news networks now when it comes to the right and the left. And there's no middle ground in America anymore. And so, I would agree. I'm tired of hearing people talk about politics.
Yeah.
All it does is make me go watch more reruns of West Wing.
And this is going to sound bad. Kids' achievements, too. Like, I think
does
it's
sound
nice
bad.
to be proud of your kid.
Yeah.
I
agree.
I agree. That does sound bad.
No, it sounds bad, but I'm just saying,
No, you're
you've
right.
got 2 different things. Okay, so my daughter is going to X school. She got a scholarship. Okay, that's great. Let's leave it at that. I don't care that your daughter is, rushed this sorority. She's doing this. She's now playing intramurals. I don't know why I'm using a daughter as an example.
Could be a son, too, right?
Yeah, but I've been with somebody before, and all they want to talk about is their son's little league football, his stats, and I'm just like,
Well, I mean, you know how it is when at certain parts of your child's life, it becomes all of your life because you have no.
This is coming, for shocker, this is coming from the guy
Who? Lance or
knows what
Dunaway?
rank his dog is right now in the nation with steps.
That's
Yeah.
true. Yeah, that is a great point.
I don't bring it up all the time.
Yes.
By the way, I've got 2 new great videos of Lady Bird that I've given Forster, and he hadn't even played.
I know, because Scott hates your dog.
Forster.
They don't pop
Scott,
up.
just get your bag and leave.
Yeah, I mean, Forster plays when you call him up on the show.
I don't mind people talking about their dogs.
I think Scott.
So again, that does sound worse. I'm tired of you talking about your kids, but I don't mind you talking about your dogs.
Yeah, I don't really care.
I saw another comedian last night on TikTok as I was whipping through, and they do little blurbs, and the guy's like, he's a British guy, and he's like, "Let me tell you why you Americans have a dog problem." He goes, "My dad died." And nobody reacts. Nobody reacts in the room. My dad dies, and my mom, he was really close to the family dog, and my mom's deciding on how to tell the dog. And she gets down on the knee, and she tells the dog that, the dad had passed away, and the dog gets up and goes and sits in his favorite chairs and looks sad, and everybody in the room goes, oh. And he goes, see, you've got a dog problem. None of you reacted when I told you about my dad dying, but my fabricated dog that doesn't exist, you guys are like, oh.
No, that's 100% the story. That's 100% true.
It is, but I think it shows you how special dogs are. Another example is you've seen the coffin.
Not greater than fathers, though.
No, but you've seen the coffin of a military hero in his Belgian Malinois laying on the ground in front of that coffin.
Yeah.
And people are like, oh my God, this is heartbreaking because the dog loved his handler so much.
Right. Equally heartbreaking, the American soldier in the casket.
I would say a little above.
I get that. I get that. But it just shows you dogs are special creatures.
Yeah. Hey, I'm tired of...
and by the way, we're more flawed than dogs.
I don't know. Pit bulls rip people up sometimes. I've never ripped anybody up.
Well, there's a variety of serial killers amongst us.
My dog eats his own crap. I've never eaten my own crap. My dog pees on the carpet. I pee in the toilet.
People that do that. People that do that. I've peed on the carpet before.
One of my dogs looks.
I have. Multiple places.
Let's see
dressers.
Let's see how far you'll admit this.
What?
One of my dogs licks the butt of another dog.
Oh my God!
It happens every time I get home.
Angus is going to bring up C rings and rim jobs in the same segment. My God!
Not for publication.
Such weird stuff he brings up.
Portico's in the house today.
Yeah, I know. One of the classiest publications
days.
ever.
I know.
That will not make the story.
Yeah. They are regretting this. I don't want to hear about your. I'm with Patrick. The thing I'm tired of hearing about is your fantasy team. We're not there yet. But I really do not care that Monday Night Football is coming up.
Oh, we're about to have a draft on this.
Yeah, but we're not going to talk about it.
I've got Dalvin. If Dalvin Cook doesn't show out, I'm going to lose this week.
I need 5 points from the 49ers defense tonight.
Never cared less than when people start breaking down their, I'm only 2 points behind. I've got Dalvin Cook. He's got
go to any walk-ons, Baumhauers.
So annoying.
Walk-ons, Baumhauers, Twin Peaks. You sit around the bar and you will hear every Monday night every other guy talking about the same thing.
Don't care. I'll go Jay Cutler from Chris Vernon. Don't care.
That's the 4 Downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
4 great locations, soon to be that 5th in Pell City. For any information, online, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Locally owned and operated. Great guys. Anything you need bumper to bumper, they can handle. Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
One of the other things we didn't add to the question we had in the commercial break was, one of the things we love about what we're doing now is no FCC regulations.
I think that was clear.
Yeah, in that last segment. Yep. All right, the show continues on, brought to you in part by our friends at the University of Montevallo. At the University of Montevallo, a great place to spend your 4 years for college, your son or daughter as well. If you're looking for a great place to call home, small class sizes, wonderful campus life, including 21 Division II fully funded scholarship sports. Schedule that in-person tour. Just find out more so your son or daughter can be prepared to make a choice. Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and make sure to join Jerry Young and myself every Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. for Next Round Preps. It's an in-depth look at all the various big high school football games going on across the state. We'll recap the week before and we'll preview the week ahead. Plus, we'll talk bracketology, recruiting, and other big headlines across all high school sports. That's every Thursday during football season at 1 p.m. on YouTube, nextroundlive.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Just reliving some of our.
Look at Foister, man.
Yeah,
Foister. Lady Bird was up and break the whole time.
Okay, bring the video back up so LT can comment it for the people who weren't watching in the commercial.
Okay, so that was actually a Cajun quesadilla that she's eating.
Yep. Dog eats better.
No, she loved it.
If you're watching, Ladybird's on the left, Will Levis is on the right.
Yeah, that I think is a. So she had Chick-fil-A delivered the other morning, some chicken minis, her 4-count to start her Tuesday off. But that was not it. I think that's just.
Do you do DoorDash on that?
Yeah.
So you DoorDash Chick-fil-A for your dog?
Yeah.
Okay. Just checking.
Aw.
Yep.
So sweet.
That's just yogurt, by the way.
Just yogurt.
Part of the show being brought to you by Hempill. They bring you the lock every day. Adam, Chad, and the folks there, they fix it right. They fix it the first time. LT's about to give you a lock. You're going to give us a live play today, aren't you?
Yeah, I'll give you a live play.
Don't do this to me. We got football here, and you're going to go live.
Okay. It's brought to you by Hempill.
That's fantastic.
Hey, can I bring this up? We were 2-0 yesterday.
2-0 yesterday.
We finished August 58-35.
That's pretty good.
60%.
Yeah, that's really good.
Before you, go ahead.
Okay,
no, keep bragging.
No,
Before you give you play,
please.
though, I want to give the
please.
read. Okay, you ready to give the play?
No, I was
still bragging.
22-9 on the free locks this month.
22-9
Mondays, by the way.
That sounds really good to me.
Yeah. And 61-30 since June 1st.
Wow.
On the free play.
I mean, those are great numbers. I'm sorry, Jim talked all over them.
No. It's a good time to fade Dunaway and play LT. You can do that with the lock right now for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hempill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. You think it's obvious right now to the people who are doing the story on us from Portico that we don't plan anything out on this show?
Yeah, I think they probably know that by now.
What's the winner today?
The winner, you and I have already got a stake on this. I'm going to keep calling it Heinz Field. West Virginia, Pittsburgh, backyard brawl, first time in 11 years. Better quarterback, better coach, better program, better offensive and defensive lines. This Pittsburgh team is going to be legitimate again.
Better quarterback.
Yep. Slovis is better than JT Daniels.
I would agree.
Did JT Daniels beat out Keaton Slovis for the job, and then Keaton Slovis took over when JT got hurt when they were back at USC?
Yep, and never gave it back up, and that's why JT ended up in Athens.
Yeah, Slovis was never the same after that arm injury in the bowl game against Iowa. He's back 100% healthy.
Who says he's 100%? The Pitt coach?
Slovis says it.
Yeah.
He's been cleared medically. Anyway, Pittsburgh minus 7.5. This will be, in my opinion, people are going to get really excited about this rivalry coming back together.
Don't call bloodbath.
Yeah, I think it's a 21-point game.
Oh, man.
Better in the trenches, Pittsburgh tonight, yes.
That's going to be the difference.
That is the difference in the game. We'll see what West Virginia has. That's the lock of the day, brought to you by our friends at Hemphill, 205-229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill. Before Brown gives us his tradition on this Thursday, Rockstar, if you will give me cut number 9, Jimbo Fisher, on why Haynes King ended up winning the job in College Station. When we get to Texas A&M playing this weekend, are you interested on how many quarterbacks Jimbo plays?
Nope.
You're not? How come?
Because I know it's going to be average quarterback play again.
No matter who it is.
I really believe that. I saw Haynes King. We've seen Max Johnson.
But I want to see how he manages Max Johnson, who he brought in from LSU, the starter at LSU, who could be still the starter at LSU if he stayed, I don't know. And Connor Wegman, who you would imagine could be your future, except Haynes King's such a young guy, and they have other recruits coming in. Jimbo's got to manage a quarterback room. Here's why it's Haynes King, though.
What jumped out to you and stood out to you about how Haynes handled the process with the offseason to have to come back and sort of re-earn that starting job, just not shying away from that part of the competition and being able to accomplish it?
He's not the only one that did. Everybody on the team did have to come back and win a starting job. We only talk about the quarterback. Every job's up for grabs every day, every game. If you're not performing and doing the things you have to have, everybody can be replaced. We want to make a big deal about the quarterback, but it happens somewhere else. Sometimes it happens, y'all don't even see it. I guess you're trying to say that at center, but I haven't seen that at center yet, but we'll see. But it can happen anywhere. Every job, every day is a competitor, and that's what he does. Nothing's entitled to you. Nothing's given to you at any position on any team. And that's what you have to do each and every week. You practice and play. And he went to work every day. He did it and had some tough days, had some great days, and worked as what he had to do. Improved on some things in which he had to improve on. Felt comfortable in things he had to do, and got to playing very consistent.
So we always talk about how many quarterbacks are Auburn going to play this year? How many are they going to start? Why are we not doing it with Texas A&M? How many are they going to play this year? How many are they going to start?
They're going to start at least 2.
At least 2?
Yeah. By the way, Jimbo can include coaches in that rant. And they can be replaced if they're not performing, right?
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Yeah, I definitely think that Haynes King and Max Johnson will both get starts this year. I don't know about the freshman.
He's got to manage Wegman, and because if not, he's a portal guy at the end of the year. He will do what all these USC quarterbacks who are quarterbacking for teams all over the place, including West Virginia.
But if they end up going to Wegman, they've lost multiple games.
I could see that.
No, I would agree. Yeah. If Wegman starts, it has been bad news.
Tradition time. Brownie's going to bring us the tradition. Rockstar has an open. Hit it, man.
The College Football Spotlight.
College football's best traditions.
We're going to go to tonight's game in West Lafayette. If you've ever watched a Purdue game, they got some traditions.
Ross-Ade, man.
Ross-Ade Stadium, tough place to play.
Wow, I'm trying to think of their traditions. One of them is a big drum, right?
It is the big bass drum, Dunaway. It started in 1921. It's old. Purdue marching band director Spots Emmerich was his name. He commissioned leading manufacturing in Indianapolis, Indiana, to produce a massive bass drum. The main constraints, finding cattle skins big enough for the drum heads. You don't think about that kind of thing, do you?
We're going to need a bigger cow.
Oh, that's exactly what they needed. You know where they had to go to find them?
Texas.
Argentina.
Oh, wow.
You're close. They were between 2,000 and 3,000 pounds each, the steers that they took these skins from to make the drum head. Rockstar's got a photo for us right now. It's a drum so big, they got to carry it around on wheels, right?
World's largest drum, they say.
World's largest drum.
Do you really believe that?
I don't. I think Texas has a bigger one.
Either.
Texas tried to have a bigger one, and Texas said, if you got the bigger drum, we're going to have a bigger drum. So they said, you what? You make your drum, we'll make our drum. We'll meet you in Wichita for the World's Fair. You know what happened? Purdue showed up with their big drum. Texas didn't.
Oh, no.
So I'm going to give it to Purdue. Now, you might think that these...
Drum like that, you need a drummer with the stick like Tommy Lee, right?
That would help, Lance. Yeah.
Dunaway.
Right.
Shot. Dunaway.
If you'll pull the photo back up there, Scott, you'll notice the guy wearing the German soldier hat. And then the
confusing, by the way.
Yeah, the guy right there in the middle and the other guy wearing the German soldier hat. They don't appear to be in the best of shape. Well, that's a little surprising if you find out what you have to do to be the drummer for the big bass drum. Every fall during the week of camp, the potential crew is put through a series of physical and public relations tests to determine if they suit the characteristics needed to be on the crew. This test includes 2 consecutive minutes of push-ups, 2 consecutive minutes of sit-ups, a 1.5-mile road course, a 100-meter dash, and a 400-meter run. Each test has to have a perfect score to make the drum team. Then you do social test. You test yourself for situations that can occur, like talking with celebrities, rowdy fans, and senior citizens. A weird group of things they worry about there.
Talking to celebrities portion.
Yeah.
Oh, that was hard as hell, dude.
What do you do talking to senior citizens? You just yell real loud? This is the drum! All these take a certain adaptation, and to cap things off, the last Thursday night, to separate the men from the other men, they run the stairs at Ross-Ade Stadium for one final run.
It's such a sissy stadium. How high is it?
I don't know. Probably 68 rows, if I had to guess.
I don't know.
That is the Purdue big bass drum, today's tradition.
World's largest drum. They'll be beating it tonight against Penn State as the season starts. That's a New York Butcher steak bet that we have right now. I have Purdue taking the points tonight against LT.
Notre Dame wouldn't let them bring it.
No, I don't have that, do we? Do we have that as a steak bet?
Oh, we're lost.
Do you want to do that as a steak bet?
Sure.
Jim's itching for a bet. You want one, Lance?
I'll take Purdue.
That's fine.
Plus the 3.5.
Bang that drum.
Yes. I've got winners everywhere this week.
Hey, stop by the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. I think I'm going to do this tonight to kick off the football season. 2 great locations, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Analogies about taking final exams and homework and such like that. Coaches have been using them all week. We'll hear from those coaches in the final segment coming up as we get ready for football tonight, including UAB's home opener, Samford's home opener, and North Alabama on the road. 3 local teams in action tonight right here on TNR.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
In a word, it's chaos. You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
This college football season, dozens and dozens of teams will vie to become national champions. But in the end, one team will set themselves apart. Hi, this is Alex Durrence from the Better Business Bureau. And come to think of it, the marketplace is similar to college football. Hundreds of thousands of businesses vie every day to attract customers to their products and services. But in the end, something separates them from the rest: their principles and standards. Here in Central and South Alabama, more than 4,000 businesses go the extra mile and voluntarily hold themselves to higher standards by becoming BBB accredited businesses. Being accredited with BBB means they're honest and transparent, just to name a few. These businesses who go above and beyond support our vision of an ethical marketplace and allow us to educate the public on the penalty flags of fraud. So if you're a consumer looking for a trustworthy business to work with, or you're a business owner that wants to set yourself apart, look for the sign of a better business. Look for BBB at bbb.org.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Final segment of the show brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling. We used Redmond yesterday when we taped our first Drinks with Dunaway. Go on our social media platforms and find out what drink you should be making for your tailgate with the heat still out there this weekend using our friends at Redmond Vodka.
Yeah, was it you and Taylor?
It was Taylor Corner and I, yeah.
Where'd you guys get ice? Next door?
We did. We had to give
T-shirt?
Right now, a T-shirt hat is the cost of ice.
Damn, ice is getting expensive.
T-shirt or hat. It was a hat yesterday because I knew we'd already given a T-shirt.
Hey, I've got a bison skin. We can trade for some food next week.
We should have done an ice maker in our build-out.
Yeah, you think?
Locally owned and operated, Redmond Vodka, their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package store, including Pink Package in the beverage place, also ABC stores, available in 20 states. Order it by name. Tell them you want Redmond Vodka.
Yeah, I blew LT away the other night when I ordered it by name. He was sitting right there, and he looked up.
Blow me away. I would hope that you would support our sponsor.
He glanced up.
Impressed.
Can I get a Redmont on ice with a twist of lime? All right, a storyline that we'll be talking about tomorrow from tonight's games. Let's bounce around the room.
Oh.
Back row 2, if you have anything you think we'll be talking about tomorrow.
I'll go SEC, Lance. I think we're going to be talking about, again, this evolution of Tennessee's offense. You're going to see Hendon Hooker starting the season as the starter, not coming in game 2 and taking it over. Ball State's not a very good team. I think Tennessee's going to name their score in this one. You're right, Lance. You've already got their head coach talking about wanting to score more points than Tennessee baseball scored runs. this guy is going to be out for blood in games like this. I think we'll be talking tomorrow about, man, did y'all see that Tennessee offense up and down the field on Ball State?
If Pittsburgh's as good as I believe they can be, and if they run West Virginia off the field, this is a team that a lot of people forget won the ACC championship. Pat Narduzzi said, we're not interested in that this year. We want to win a national championship. Desmond Howard's got them in college football playoff. I'm just saying Pittsburgh is a team that could be off the radar. Now, they lose this game, they're dead and buried. But Pittsburgh could be interesting if Keaton Slovis plays extremely well tonight.
I'm surprised how big a win how one-sided do you think that game's going to be?
And that's going to be bad for Neil Brown.
No, I hate it for Neil Brown. We're a fan of his. He's been on the show a number of times. I would hate to see it go south for him. But, man, you got that as a 3-touchdown win. You're on Pitt this year.
I like Pitt.
You like Pitt.
Yeah, you do. And mostly because of the interior line play. All those guys are back.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're really good, especially for the ACC up front.
Okay, 4 teams who will win their games tonight, but it'll be interesting to watch how this will be their storyline to me. First off, Wake Forest without the
Sam
quarterback.
Hartman,
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that'll be interesting to watch as they take on VMI tonight. Minnesota, New Mexico State, easy win, but that's my pick to win the Big Ten West. It's to see how they look tonight. Fresno State's going to be sneaky good this year. You got a really good quarterback, and Cal Poly's their opponent tonight. You can watch them play.
Hey, so Minnesota, back to that. You know who the head coach for New Mexico State is?
It's Jerry Kill.
It's Jerry Kill.
Yeah,
is it really?
Yeah, I saw him.
Former coach.
Yep, I saw him in the Nevada-New Mexico State game last Saturday.
And they got beat pretty bad. Their offense is awful, and Jerry Kill is nervous about. He's like, life is weird. That I'm coming back to Minnesota. He's afraid he's going to get booed tonight.
Why would he get booed? I mean, I don't think they were any good until
he was a
the
500 coach. Now, Fleck has taken them to another level.
But on his shoulders. I wouldn't boo him at all.
No, I don't think they should. But remember, Tracy Claeys took over. Yep. There was some controversy. He was fired. A lot of people thought it was because of his look. I think there were some lawsuits there.
But keep in mind, Jerry Kill kept passing out on the sidelines, right? He was having medical issues.
Epileptic seizures,
Yeah, which is weird that he's back at, because that New Mexico State job is awful. That may be the worst job in college football.
I don't know if it would be more stressful because there's no expectation.
There are
for himself.
But, I mean, you play an awful schedule because you're not a conference member. So you're having, it's just a terrible, terrible job.
Yeah,
that's a weird one he came back to.
I would agree with that. What's success tonight for Bryant Vincent at UAB? Because the point spread on that was put out by Scores and Odds at 34, which seemed a little hefty for me.
I will say that they run for 400 yards tonight, 400 rushing yards.
Now Vincent calls the plays. You got 2 quarterbacks you're working in, but you've got 4 running backs that they love.
The 4 running backs, I think you'll have multiple guys go over 100 yards. I think it'll be 400 total rushing yards. I don't think you can do anything to impress. Stay healthy, win the game by 35 plus, move on.
Yeah, and if you got a crowd over 30,000 tonight, if it starts approaching 40,000, but over 30,000, we know what that'll look like in that stadium. It'll look almost full for a football game.
Yeah,
that'll be huge.
I'm going to look. Somebody sent me a thing, and I don't know if I can get it in time, showing the ticket availability. I don't know if it was secondary market or actual UAB site, and there were only like 3 sections where you could buy tickets. So if they are doing that well, that's going to be a heck of a crowd.
Yeah. Which is, it's a good time. With Bill stepping down, it'd be a good time for UAB fans to get out and show their love for the program tonight.
Yeah.
A lot of people will be watching.
That's the only actual UAB site. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 sections out of, I don't know how many are Protective Stadium, 40, where I can actually buy tickets. So that's an indicator maybe. I can't buy very many different sections from the UAB actual website. That could be a pretty good crowd tonight. You mentioned it, though. It's a very smart move by Mark Ingram and UAB to play the in-state HBCU schools.
That's right.
Alabama State, Alabama A&M. A lot of fans of both of those schools right here in Birmingham. They bring good crowds. They bring their band. It's a good home opener for them.
Great atmosphere tonight. Yeah. Tripp says DraftKings has UAB favored 40.5.
I didn't see it that heavy, but I'm not surprised. I thought it was in the 30s.
All right. Always a fun show there. Rockstar Forrester Lunsford, thank you for that. Taylor has everything rolling at on the social media sites. Remember, at Next Round Live, go search that wherever you get your podcasts, on Twitter, Instagram as well. Drinks with Dunaway is up, and the way the picture is, you can't tell what we're drinking there.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they blanked out the bottle, so you got to go see it to see what the drink is for your tailgate this weekend. Enjoy the games today. We are back tomorrow, 9 Central, to react to the Thursday night and set you up for the big weekend, including the home openers for Alabama and Auburn. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.